A very good morning to all the respected dignitaries, chief guest, guest of honor, esteemed speakers, deans, head of the institution, faculty members, research scholars, and participants across the country. On behalf of Amity University, Noida, Uttar Pradesh, and Indian Institute of Toxicology Research, Lucknow, I, Dr. Amrina, along with the entire organizing team, welcomes you all to an extremely knowledgeable and insightful journey of 5 days training program on management strategies for environmental health and safety, a step towards achieving SDGs. Today, we begin our training program with the blessings of our Honorable Founder President, Sir Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, who has the mission and vision of making India a superpower in the field of education. Our dynamic Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, who ardently working to create centers of thoughts leadership across the world for faculties and scientists. We begin this insightful journey of 5 days with the blessing of our Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, who believes in bringing out the best in every member of Amity family, and Professor D.K. Bandyopadhyay, mentor AIS. I once again, on behalf of entire Amity family, welcomes our esteemed guest and participant to this beautiful day. All substances are poisons. There is none which is not a poison. The right dose differentiates a poison. Ladies and gentlemen, environmental contamination has now become a major global issue with adverse effect on our health and food security. Human and animals are being exposed to devastating levels of contamination on a daily basis. Among its primary interests are the assessments of toxic substances in the environment, the monitoring of environment for the presence of toxic substances, the effects of toxin on biotic and abiotic components of ecosystem, and the metabolism and biological and environmental fate of toxins. This training has been organized with the objective that the meticulous efforts should be made to look into possible mechanism of action for each pollutant and detect their toxic potential and safe limits through focusing on environmental toxicology and their human health effects. I'm feeling so happy to share that we have galaxy of wonderful and brilliant people who will be speaking today and in the coming session to guide us and navigate us through this increasing concern of toxicity with their knowledge and experience. We start our day with the lighting of lamp and Saraswati Vandana. Friends, the lighting of the lamp signifies the acknowledgement and blessings. The lighting of lamp removes darkness, ignorance, unhappiness, and symbolizes abundance, prosperity, and knowledge. We begin the ceremony with the lighting of the lamp, accompanied by an incantation dedicated to this light of wisdom in our life. May I request the guests to participate in the virtual lighting of the ceremonial lamp before starting today's proceeding. I request the team to please play the video. So that was the curtain raiser for this event, and we'll be having a lot of excellent and brilliant people who will be speaking on the theme. Now, moving ahead, I would like to request Dr. Renu Dhupar, Joint Coordinator AIS, to please introduce the theme of the training program for the coming 5 days. Over to you, Renu ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Amrina. A very good morning to all the respected dignitaries present here, chief guests, guest of honor, heads of various institutions, faculties, and my dear participants. It is a warm welcome we bring to you this morning, filled with the desires, hopes, and dreams for all of us to share our future. I, Dr. Renu Dhupar, on behalf of Amity Institute of Environmental Sciences, greet and welcome all the students, academicians, administrators, stakeholders, scientists, and research scholars working in the field of environmental safety and health to come and join us in this 5 days training program to create the solution to various environmental problems in India. And our topic of this 5 days training program is Management Strategies for Environmental Health and Safety, a step towards achieving SDG goals, started from today, 16 January to 20 January 2023. This training course, undertaken in collaboration with the Indian Institute of Toxicology Research from Lucknow and funded by Lakshya NGO and EcoCare Instrument Private Limited. With the blessing of our Honorable Founder President Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, respected Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan, respected Vice Chancellor Professor Balvinder Shuklamma, and respected our mentor or of AIES department, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you to this 5 days training program. Environmental contamination is increasing day by day due to the increase of human population growth rate, and all the humans, animals, and flora and fauna on this Earth's surface are being exposed to the toxic effects of air, water, and soil contamination on a daily basis. And among its primary interests are the assessment of toxic substances in the environment and the harmful effects of such chemical and biological agents as toxicants from pollutants, insecticides, pesticides, and fertilizers can affect an organism and its community by reducing its species diversity and abundance. Such changes in the population dynamics affect the ecosystem by reducing its productivity and stability across the globe. Air pollution alone causes millions of premature deaths annually, mainly from the lung cancer, chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases, stroke, heart failure, and respiratory infections. And according to the World Health Organization, 99% of the humanities breathes air containing contaminants which are above the recommended levels. The United Nations has identified a pollution-free planet, and its goal among its 3 pillars is in addition to the climate change and biodiversity for 2022 to 2025. And in order to mitigate the contamination and relieve our burden of pollution-related diseases, we need to devise target-specific strategies. To that end, this assessment of each chemical and natural contamination and solid evidence from toxicity studies appears to be paramount importance. This topic of training program will focus on the environmental toxicology such as heavy metals, pesticides, nanoparticles, micro-nanoplastics, indoor air pollutants, pharmaceuticals, and industrial toxicants, and their human health effects, risk assessment, relationship between various diseases and environmental pollutants. Human exposures to environmental pollutants may cause adverse effects such as neurotoxicity, carcinogenicity, infertility, and metabolic disorders. The program description of this 5 days training program is to design this program in such a way that the whole the participants who have joined these events are interested in the public health and environmental issues. So this 5 day training program is basically based upon the common knowledge about the toxicity and what are its impacts and how we can do prevent it or do the mitigation effects to control the air, water, and soil toxicities. Toxicology is a multidisciplinary experimental science that combines chemistry, biology, and physiology to determine whether substances which we are exposed to in the environment are likely to harm our health. And the participants will also learn how toxicology is used to understand how our internal environment determines the external environment which affects our health. In addition, they will also learn how toxicity is applied to protect human health through a safety evaluation. The objective of the training program. The first objective of the training program is to build sensitivity and develop awareness on environmental health sciences and human health among participants. Second, to learn how a wide range of toxicants affect human health, and gain skills in identifying, characterizing, and controlling environmental hazards. Third, to learn basic toxicological principles and knowledge to apply to the protection of the health of individuals and groups exposed to the chemicals in the workplace. Fourth, to foster skills in thinking, reasoning, inquiring, and making decisions about the effects of toxicity on environment. Now, the expected learning outcome of this program, at the end of the training program, the participants will be able to explain the basic principles of toxicology, including dose response, the fundamental design elements of the toxicology study, and the physiological process that determine the fate of chemicals in the body. They will also able to know about the basic principles of toxicology to apply, evaluate the risk that exposed to the chemicals in the environment and which will cause toxicity and diseases in humans. They also know how personal characteristics such as diet and genetics affects the individual and respond to the environmental toxicants. They are also able to solve the problems such as interpreting the data to determine the dose of the chemical that is likely to be toxic to the humans versus a dose that is not likely to be toxic to the humans, and determine why chemicals is non-toxic to one species such as in mice but is toxic to a different species such as humans. Now the broad themes. The themes are divided into 5 days. On first day, the evening session is based on the theme. The first theme is environmental pollutants, health risk, and its management. On second day, on 17th, in the morning session, the theme is based on the occupational health safety and industrial hygiene. Same day, on the second day, in the evening session, the theme is environmental research methodology and biostats. On third day, in morning session, the theme is environmental toxicology and epidemiological studies. In afternoon, green toxicology and approach to sustainable chemical and material development. And in the fourth day, in the morning session, the theme will be environmental pollutants and monitoring of health effects. And in the evening session, the theme will be pollution prevention and sustainable solutions. On fifth day, in the morning session, the theme will be green chemistry for sustainable development, bioeconomy, and circular economy. Participants to this training program will learn some of the key control issues in the dealing with environmental safety and also how to control and can be put in place to prevent its degradation. This program provides an interactive forum for the researchers, academics, and research scholars to share, explore, and discuss concepts and issues related to the good public health. This course will also provide the participants with a good insight into the process of developing effective strategies and management by adopting the 17 SDG goals. I'm sure that you will find the discussions interesting and valuable among these 5 days, and that there will be a lot of interaction between the participants and lecturers during the course. We look forward to a successful training program over the next 5 days, and I strongly encourage you all to become actively engaged in the various course sessions in morning and afternoon sessions, and also the discussion on enhancing the environment management. Thank you all, and I wish you a very successful training course. Namaskar. Thank you. Over to Dr. Amrina.
Thank you, Dr. Renu, for elaborating on the management strategies for environmental health and safety, a step towards achieving SDGs, the 5 days theme, and what the participants should look forward to. Thank you very much. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Tanu Jindal, Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, R&D, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, for addressing the August gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Tanu Jindal is a renowned environmentalist, educationist, and scientist with over 25 years of experience. She is currently working as Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Research and Development at Amity University. She has completed 12 projects with various national and international funding in Antarctica, ocean, water, river, and groundwater, air, land pollution, and toxicological studies. She has traveled extensively across the globe, presenting over 120 papers in prestigious conferences. She has several publications as books in refereed journals and 4 books to her credit. She is Fellow of National Environmental Science Academy and has been conferred Scientist and Environmentalist Award to her credits. Now I request ma'am to please address the gathering. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, so I congratulate all of you for organizing such worthy conference on the topic of management strategies for environmental health and safety, a step towards achieving SDGs. And thank you for such generous introduction also. I welcome our esteemed guest, Professor Ashok Ghosh, Dr. G.P. Bhadoria, Dr. Bhaskar Narayan, And I also congratulate the team, Dr. VP Sharma and all, to associate in such worthy topic of toxicology studies and its impact on environmental health and safety. So, I also, Sir Dr. D.K. Bandepadhyay, I met you in the morning, and sir, good morning again. Under your mentorship, the school is doing very well. So I would be focusing, I have given 10 minutes. I will be focusing a few minutes on the achievements of Amity and also then on the topic. So I would like to introduce that the Amity Education Group is leading with 12 campuses in India and 6 campuses abroad under the able leadership of Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, who is the founder president of Amity University. And we have projects from various ministries, MOEF, DST, CSR, DBT, ICMR, ICR, over 300 crores, even from the international funding agencies. And we have best of the state-of-art facilities with the sophisticated equipments, FDR, GC, HPLC, AS, etc. And over 1,600 patents have been filed as on date today. I would like to mention some of them later during the talk, which we have received the patent granted and also filed one in the umbrella of environmental sciences. So we have over 2,000 publications, and Amity has established an Amity Science Technology Innovation Foundation, so which is strengthening Amity's core research and also exploring new areas of research. And under this umbrella, 16 clusters have been formed. And one of the cluster which we are taking care is global warming and climate change cluster. I would also like to mention about our Long Island campus have established Amity Global Research Hub under the visionary leadership of Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, and also dynamic leadership of our chancellors, Dr. Atul Chauhan and Dr. Asim Chauhan. Coming to this global warming climate change cluster, it also has a component of environmental toxicology, environmental health and safety, besides having various other objectives of climate modeling, biotic abiotic stress, biofuel plastics, biosurfactants, bioremediation, air pollution, solid waste, and also sewage waste treatment. So under this, I would like to apprise that we have handpicked faculty from different 12 campuses of Amity, and they're working together towards achieving the goal of various research projects and addressing the current research problems in the area of environmental sciences. We are also having collaboration with CSIR NIRI. Now, this is the example of CSIR collaboration with IITR, but with CSIR NIRI also, we have identified scientists from NIRI group from different 17 Solon centers, and also Amity group from various 12 campuses. And we have divided these groups into 4 in air pollution, water pollution, soil pollution, and also EIA and green technologies development. So these are the scientists from NIRI group, and on the right-hand side, you can see the scientists from Amity group. They are jointly working day and night and been filing projects and doing research together. In fact, I would like to apprise that recently I was to NIRI Nagpur also and met Dr. A.N. Vaidya and his team of scientists to work together further on the mutual topics of interest. With Amity, we are the leading in environmental science and natural resources domain. We are one of the biggest in India, with all the domains being, all the areas being addressed in the form of institutes: environmental toxicology, safety and management, environmental sciences, natural resources and sustainable development, geoinformatics, remote sensing, global warming and ecological studies, forestry and wildlife. You name the area, we have it. Even in Antarctica, we are our presence. And we are pioneer in launching a course on MSc Environmental Health Sciences, on which this particular conference is focused, training program is focused, and it is doing really good, and all the students are being placed very well. So we have bachelor's courses, we have masters, we have all the doctoral programs, few diploma programs on EIA and climate change adaptation mitigation. And besides this, we are teaching all undergraduates across the university 4 credit UGC mandatory environmental science course. We have, Amrina has mentioned about various projects. So these are some of the funding agencies with whom we have completed the projects, and currently we are running few projects with Wildlife and also Ministry of Earth Sciences and DST, SERB, etc. So these are the pictorial representation of on various projects. In fact, we have also worked on radiation toxicology. So I was speaking to Dr. VP Sharma to contribute on polar ecotoxicology in Antarctica, as well as in a cell phone radiation toxicology. These are the few areas where we have contributed in a niche area we have explored, and published a book on New Frontiers in Environmental Toxicology with Springer. These are continuous air pollution monitoring station. So now coming to the topic of this particular training course, I have jotted down certain points to set the tone of the training course. That environmental health is the most concerned area, and it has basically 5 basic disciplines: environmental epidemiology, toxicology, exposure science, environmental engineering, and environmental law. So during the overview, like how does it work? First, planning is required, then implementation measures, then performance of those implementation measures through audit, change and management, and then management review is being given for constant improvement and recommendations and decisions. So they are now aligning with the step towards SDG, as the training program says. So it has 3 components: environment, economy, and society. We will be focusing on environmental sustainability, and this again has 4 components of biodiversity, materials, energy, and biophysical interactions. What are the problems basically with sustainable development? There is depletion of finite resources, fuel, soil, mineral, and species, and also overuse of renewable resources, pollution, of course, air, water, soil, and inequality, and lastly, the species loss, that is endangered species. What are the solutions? Obviously, we all are talking about cycling of the material use.
Dr. Tonu,
reliable energy sources,
Dr. Tonu,
green energy, and life-based interest on health, creativity,
Dr. Jindal,
and communications.
Dr. Jindal,
and lastly, intellectual and spiritual development.
Dr. Jindal.
Yes.
So can you repeat quickly, because you have a session? So there
yes,
you can elaborate.
Yeah, I have been given 10 minutes. I'll be completing in 10 minutes. I have already spoken for 10,
Please,
for 7 minutes. Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah. So ecological controls of SD is also very important. So what are the weak SDs and strong SDs? In fact, weak SDs are the one which are focused on mainly on economics, which focus on economic sustainability, cost benefit analysis, consideration of financial cost. While in strong SD, we are focusing on ecological sustainability, no consideration of financial cost. And there is harmonized management systems, for example, quality management, environmental management, health and safety management. So these are the 3 components so that we can manage it in a harmonized manner. And what are ESH management system? In that we have to do plan, do, check, act, and improve through planning, support and operations, performance evaluation, leadership, management, and commitment. Lastly, environmental health and safety market. What is it? That we need to know from 2020 to 2025. It is a big market in the form of byproduct, by end user, by application, by geography. So the products, as you know, the software and services. End users are petrochemical, energy and mining, and healthcare and telecom. By application, medical, industrial waste, and wastewater management. And by geography, I would say the whole globe is participating in it. Coming to the last end of the my talk, I would talk about environmental health and safety in India. Niti Aayog was formed, was the leading step towards achieving SDGs. Now, Niti Aayog formulated certain programs and policies to follow by state. So, state action plans were formed for climate change, and this state action plan was aligned with the national mission under the NAPCC. And India is already ratified with the Paris Agreement by UNFCCC. And the main agenda is about the regulation of temperature. Now, what are the future targets? This is the last one. which with development ideas aligning with SDGs for EHS, is environmental laws, which are now taken care of precisely and seriously, and stricter actions and enforcement has been imposed. Topmost is air pollution agenda, which is a very challenging task because of you can purify water, but how to purify air and also combat the pollution. This is the most challenging one. Then wastewater management, solid waste management, prevention from chemical hazards, increasing renewable resources of application. These are the most important ones. Then EIA and industrial pollution threat in advance need to be addressed. Lastly, we as this training program is also focusing on increasing participation of masses for successful implementation of EHSM to meet the sustainable development goals. So our punchline is save earth to bring worth for the new birth. Thank you so much. And I'm looking forward for this very worthy training course, the deliberations from eminent dignitaries and also various speakers. I would be also speaking on one another topic tomorrow. And I again congratulate the whole team for organizing such worthy training course. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for elaborating on environmental health and safety management. Heading in the event, ladies and gentlemen, I'm privileged to invite Professor Dr. D.K. Bandyopadhyay, Chief Advisor, FPO, Mentor, Amity Institute of Environmental Science, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida, to address the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Bandyopadhyay is a professor, scientific management researcher, and an academic administrator of repute. A gold medalist in his master's degree, a PhD in computer applications, a fellow from ESSEC Business School, Paris, and an inspiring professional. Professor Bandyopadhyay has served the Indian Institute of Forest Management, Bhopal from 2004 to 2008 as a director. He introduces different academic courses and studies in the area of environmental sciences, climate change, and environmental accounting, including ecological taxes. Professor Bandyopadhyay has spent 45 years of his career doing what he does best, inspiring students, academia, corporate, and non-corporate heads and policymakers to raise their excellence to the next level. Professor Bandyopadhyay has over 70 research contributions and published many papers in reputed national and international journals and won many awards for those. He was second Vice Chancellor of the Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University from 2008 to 2013. There is a lot to his credentials. Presently, as a mentor to Amity Institute of Environmental Sciences, he is constantly guiding us and helping us to achieve the best of our potentials. So may I now request Sir to say a few words to the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Amrina. Thank you very much. As usual, you just give best of the introductions, and whether we deserve it or not, but you try to do that. Certainly, because that is what Amity is. Amity all the time, it is a happening university. It's a mutually, and reciprocating appreciation to everyone. That's what Amity is known for, and that's why our environmental science demands over here. Now, at the outset, I must, thank Indian Institute of Toxicological Research, located at Lucknow, for associating their time and efforts for conducting this training program. And to the audience, to the dear students who are participating over here, or the other faculty member who are participating over here, I like to mention over here that our natural resource and environmental science domain is the biggest domain created by none other than our founder president, Dr. Ashok Kechuan. We have got 10 institutions actually researching, teaching, and training, providing training and consulting to the different facets of environmental sciences and environmental management and natural resource management. That's a credit we would like to give to our honorable founder president, and which is equally carrying forward by our Honorable Chancellor and implemented by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, so that we become the best environmental management institution in the country. We are the largest and we are targeting to become the best. We have got number of funded research projects we have been carrying over there. We have been conducting different training programs. We have been conducting different types of teaching program, so that to just complete the all-round cycles as an institution it would be. So I welcome on behalf of the entire Amity Universe our chief guest, Dr. G.P. Bhadoria, Dean Engineering, Gujarat Technological University, Professor Ashok Ghosh, Chairman, Bihar State Pollution Control Board, and certainly Dr. Bhaskar Narayana, who is the Director, CSR ITR, located in Lucknow. Dr. Bhaskar Narayan, and Lucknow is something nearer to my heart because I spent my youth 25 years at that institution, at IIM Lucknow, so which is not far away from your institution. And it's one of the finest institutions in toxicology research in the country. Now, nobody needs to tell about the importance of the training program. All of us know that whatever we are researching, whatever development has been taking place, that must be carried forward or brought forward to the students, to the faculty member who are researching on this area. So towards this end, this training program, Management Strategies for Environmental Health and Safety, a step towards achieving SDGs, has been planned. And we had lots of discussions about this topic. And I must congratulate the team that has been working in the Amity Institute of Environmental Sciences for giving it a proper shape, and then inviting eminent who is who in the field of toxicological research or toxicology management. And we all know that in the classic article, the late Professor Warren Williamson wrote that the 3 Ps, pollution, population, and poverty, are principal determinants of health worldwide. The 3 Ps are interrelated. Population growth is associated with poverty, and both poverty and population growth are associated also. Clean air, stable climate, adequate water, sanitation and hygiene, safe use of chemicals, protection from radiation, healthy and safe workplaces, sound agricultural practices, health supportive cities and built environments, and a preserved nature are all perspective for good health. Environmental health focuses on the natural and built environments for the benefit of human health. The major subdisciplines, the major subdiscipline of environmental health are environmental science, toxicology, environmental epidemiology, environmental and occupational medicines. So this is the way the 4, very, very uniquely identified areas are focused on environmental health focuses. To understand the field of environmental health, we need to understand 7 core concepts: toxicity, exposure, dose response, individual susceptibility, risk and benefits, environmental justice, and commodity resources and action. These are the most important things. So we have to understand the concept of toxicity. What is the concept of toxicity? Again, we talk about occupational medicines. So any drug that is being designed, the first test is the LD50 toxicity test, how it is going to be. So like that, there are many, many applications of the toxicity in our human health and our environmental health. So exposure to radiation, exposure to doses, exposure to different types of pollutions, individual susceptibility, risk and benefits, environmental justice, because there's a lot of work is going on providing environmental justice. Lots of environmental law is getting enacted for providing the environmental justice, and community resources and action. What the community should have the resources and what community should act. So these are the mainly you can see that 7 fields for the environmental health, and top of this is the toxicity studies. So I just like to speak about 7 strategies to improve our environmental wellness. Replace chemical cleaning products with natural alternatives, reduce allergens and improve the air quality at our home, declutter. Most important is the cluttering nowadays is taking place everywhere. Get more nature in our life, limit our screen time, because many a time we are spending so much of time on the screen, and use eco-friendly recycled material at our home. And these are the most important strategies that we can adopt. And this training program is going to bring all those facets of toxicity, exposure, dose, response, individual susceptibility, risk and benefits, environmental justice, and community resources and action. Now, these are going to be elaborately discussed in the training program, and those who are attending are going to be highly benefited. And more than sure, will also generate a lot of inquisitiveness and a lot of awareness among them, and may open up different types of research areas or research agenda out of by attending this training program. And dear students, certainly I assure you that you are going to be benefited, highly benefited by attending this training program, because every topics that has been designed during the 5 days essentially brings different dimensions and different facets of the topic, that environmental health and safety, and which will be the agenda before us, before all of us, before you, before the persons who will be talking about. But certainly I would request you, all of you, if you have got any doubt, if you have got anything to say, do not hesitate to raise your question through chat box, and let the speaker essentially give the answer to that. And I will also request Dr. Renu and Abrina, please design every day, after the end of the every day, some sort of a quizzes at the end of the day, and you just see that how much we are able to tell them and how much they are able to grasp it, and those who are attending this program, and they will also start appreciating that yes, whether we are in the right track or not. So once again, I congratulate all of you for planning and executing this training program. I am thankful to the sponsors and those sponsors which we have already mentioned over there, Laksa NGO, EcoCare, and we are looking forward for some association with Serum Institute of Research. I think that a talk is going on, and if they come on the board, that will add a lot of value to this training program. So with these few words, once again, I welcome our all speakers. I welcome to the participants, those who have joined in this training program, because we have intentionally kept some charges, little bit charges, so that we understand your interest in this training program. Now, certainly, I must also thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, who also promotes such type of activities, because it is an academic institution. It is the institution which are not only engaged in teaching, engaged in research, but must also be doing the extension services in the form of training and consultancy services. So that is the mantra with which we are all working together under the visionary leadership of our Chancellor and our Honorable Founder President. So thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful and encouraging words. It's always a privilege listening to you. Thank you so much once again. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, I'm extremely humbled to invite our Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, India, to address the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla is a PhD from Queen's University, United Kingdom. She has over 3 decades of rich scholarly experience in industry and academia. Dr. Shukla is a professor of entrepreneurship, leadership, and IT, and the Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. She has been one of the key team members, spearheading and instrumental in the exponential growth of Amity Group engaged in higher education. Ma'am, who has been our guiding light and a source of continuous inspiration, is an excellent administrator who leads us by example. A moment with her is a moment of getting inspired, getting motivated and getting thrilled by her untiring enthusiasm and dedication towards the betterment of university and society. She's a goldsmith who polishes each one of us and leads us towards excellence. She always reminds us, मंजिल से आगे बढ़कर मंजिल तलाश कर, मिल जाए तुझको दरिया तो समंदर तलाश कर. With these words and with all due respect, I request ma'am to say a few words and bless us. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Good morning,
Amrita.
ma'am.
Very good morning, everybody. One second. A very honored guest of honor, Dr. Bhaskar Narayan, Director CSIR IITR, and a very esteemed guest of honor, Professor Ashok Ghosh, Chairman, Bihar State Pollution Control Board, and Professor and HOD Research, Mahavir Cancer Institute and Research Center. Our honorable chief guest, Dr. G.P. Vadodaria, Dean Engineering, Gujarat Technical University. Dr. Bandyopadhyay, our mentor of AIES and Chief Advisor to Founder President. And Dr. Tanujinder, Group Addition Pro Vice Chancellor, R&D and Director of AIET lesson. Our head of institution, Dr. Renu Dhupar, and all the distinguished speakers, participants, the guests. First of all, I would like to extend very warm welcome to our honorable chief guests, guests of honor, and all the guests. And I would like to congratulate Dr. Renu Dhupar, the Joint Coordinator, AIES, and her entire team, who has planned this 5 days training program on management strategies for environmental health and safety, a step towards achieving sustainable development goals under the mentorship of Dr. D.K. Bandyopadhyay. The Sustainable Development Goals of 2030 Agenda is a universal call for action for better health and poverty, and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity across the globe. And the Sustainable Development Goals, which are 17, which are also known as the Global Goals, with 169 targets. Out of these 17 goals, 3 goals are solely focuses on health, which is to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all the age group. And we all know the environment plays very important role in the health of an individual. And when the Millennium Developmental Goals, aim to relevant to all the countries and focuses on improving equity to meet the needs of the women, the children, and the poorest and most disadvantaged people on the earth. And I'm sure that organizing this work training program will not only give the understanding of the various sustainable development goals, that their targets, and also how what should be the strategies to implement them, so that we can realize all the goals for the betterment of the human being, and especially for the health and well-being of all ages. And I'm very happy to see the way the program structure has been made, and the very distinguished speakers have been invited from the various organizations. And I'm sure the outcome of this training program will not only be the creating the awareness amongst the participant, but also be to develop the skills and competencies who can further implement the learnings of about the sustainable development goals regarding the environmental health and the safety and also for the well-being. So I would like to congratulate Dr. Renu Dhupar and her entire team for planning for this 5 days training program under the leadership of Dr. D.K. Bandyopadhyay. I'm extremely thankful to Dr. G.P. Vadodaria, for sparing his time, as well as I'm extremely thankful to Dr. Bhaskar Narayan, as well as Professor Ashok Ghosh for sparing their time to be part of the inaugural session of for the 5 days training program. And I look forward that we explore the areas of collaboration and work together for achieving these sustainable development goals. So thank you very much, and all the best for the success of this training program.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
ma'am, for the words.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insightful word and ever encouraging. Ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead, we have our first guest of honor for today, Dr. Bhaskar Narayan, Director, CSIR, IITR, that is Indian Institute of Toxicology Research, Lucknow. We are so fortunate to have sir with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Bhaskar Narayan has completed his education from College of Fisheries, Mangalore. Bachelor's of Fisheries 1991, Graduate School of Fisheries Science, Hokkaido University of Japan, Postdoc JSPS Invitation Fellow to Hokkaido University 2019 and 2015. With his current responsibility as Director CSIR, IITR Lucknow, he also held various positions like Advisor, Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, New Delhi from December 29, 2016 to till date, Principal Scientist, CSIR, CFTRI, Mysore, January 1st, 2010 till date. His area of research is aquatic biofunctional materials, industrial fishery technology, fisheries microbiology and biochemistry, processing waste, animal and fish processing utilization. Recipient to numerous awards, namely UAS Gold Medal 1993, Professor HPS Shetty Gold Medal 1993 by US Bangalore, Best Group 4 Scientist Award 2006-7 by CSIR CFTRI Mysore, Professor MS Swaminathan Best Fishery Scientist Award 2006-7 by PFGF Mumbai, Lalji Godu Smarak Nidhi Award for Excellence in R&D 2010 by AFSTI Mysore, Japanese Government Scholarship 2002 in 4 by Government of Japan, JSPS Invitation Fellowship 2008-9, 2015 and 16 by Government of Japan. He also has numerous research and fellowship to his credentials. And before I invite sir to say a few words to our gathering, we would like to felicitate him with a Tulsi sapling as a tradition of Amity University that symbolizes growth and prosperity. Here I request Professor Bandyopadhyay sir to please present a Tulsi sapling, virtual Tulsi sapling to Bhaskar Narayan sir. Bhaskar sir, we request you to please accept our Tulsi sapling.
Thank you, Amrina. Dr. Bhaskar Narayan, our director, you have given an excellent introduction. Because of some very, very important aspect of work, he has to leave for the meeting. I would be saying on his behalf the message and the other details which he has shared with me. I am Dr. VP Sharma, and we are fortunate to have the mentorship guidance from the different fronts and motivation by Dr. Bhaskar Narayan, who is, as you have explained, with his expertise, his innovations, his leadership qualities, and so forth. At the onset, I would like to say that just after the Makar Sankranti and prior to the Republic Day, we are having this program, which is lucid, which is very interesting and focused on management strategies for environmental health and safety, a step towards achieving sustainable development goals. I thank the organizers and it is a mutual program, but still I would like to say that Professor Bandyopadhyay, his motivation at the different fronts, the Dr. Balvinder Shukla, the other management members and the key members, the faculty of MIT has joined hand with CSIR IITR, which is a premier institute in the field of toxicology. When we say about toxicology, it is the dose which differentiate between a drug and a poison. And when we have to think about the issues which are focused towards sustainable development goals, it is not only the solution we have to find out the right solution, because it is not only the issues which we should concentrate upon, rather focus on implementation of the knowledge which we gain from the different fronts. In order to equip our country with the latest technologies, to cope up with modernization, to meet the needs of increasing population, we cannot limit our development, but what can be done is to have development conjoined with the environmental sustainability. The unsustainable development patterns may have a serious impact on our country, industry, human beings, biota, and all others. So we have to be cautious on all those fronts. And in view of that, this special training program has been coordinated with a focus on all the aspects leading from the molecular toxicology, neurotoxicology, ecotoxicological aspect, regulatory aspects, food and critical aspects in system toxicology, the plastic and polymers, microplastic, and so forth. So we all are aware of the current situation in Joshimath, the deepening water crisis, the rising pollution levels, and what we have to do is the humans, as a human, we have to see our planet, of our future generation, and what can be done to the different sectors of the society. So we all know the problem in a detailed manner, but what we need to focus upon is the solution. A solution is vital, which is not entirely derived from the Western world, but developed through their support and learning. We must learn from our experience, and there is a common saying that think globally and act locally. Our country has all the resources, scientific and academic acumen to plan and act for meeting the sustainable development goals, which are categorized under the 17 focused areas, and also the G20 goals, for which now I can say India is serving as a leader. So we have the partnership, we have the support from not only one organization, my parent organization, the CSIR, the acumen which we have throughout the laboratories which are scattered throughout the country in the different capacities, in the different fields, whether it may be drug, food sector, the pharma sector, the different plants, or even to the aeroplanes or the salt. So we find there can be a strengthening of the bonding between the DST, DBT, ICR, ICMR, OECD, WHO, European Union, EPA, which are the national and international partners for each one of us. So in the present scenario of the world, Atmanirbhar Bharat is very, very important. We should understand how we can strengthen the bonds through the leadership and collaborations. The international forums like G20 could serve as a platform to discuss the environmental issues and the effective solutions. Developing and underdeveloped countries may benefit from the experiences of India and other countries, as well as implemented strategies which they have developed or are following to protect the environment. Only after proper assessments. And when we say about the assessment, we go about the different disciplines of toxicology, translational research, outreach activities, awareness at the different fronts, capacity building, and there is all other things which are associated with it. So we wish great success for the training program, which has been specifically designed by MIT and IITR, taking into scenario the current situation. What can be done, what is the status, and how we can take the path ahead. In this, there is a strong need of development of skills. So Few of the lectures are on scientific presentations. The key focus areas on pesticide, we have the galaxy of scientists, Dr. A.B. Pant, Dr. Vikas Srivastava, Dr. Vinay Kumar Khanna, Dr. Alok Pandey, Dr. Ravi Ram, Dr. Shilen Pratap Singh, Dr. Kausar M. Ansari, and myself will be speaking on the different focused areas, which will cover all the arena of toxicology. And the lectures which has been planned not only from MIT University but other organizations which are covering on the different fronts and focus on environmental pollutant health risk and assessment, whether it is industrial hygiene, research methodology, biostatistics, epidemiological studies, material development, health effects, monitoring, pollutants of different types, matrices of different scenarios, and how we can prevent, taking into scenario the sustainable solutions. Circular economy is another issue which is very, very vital. There are issues on bioplastics. There is the new development on the different fronts. So I would not restrict. I would anticipate all the panel members, all the speakers, they will be covering on the different fronts leading from the occupational health safety to sustainable bioeconomy and circular economy parts. With these, I would say the strength which we have from our director, Dr. Bhaskar Narayan, the DG, Dr. Kalai Selvi, all the sister organizations or the organizations in the field of science, they come together to take India as a world leader. And I look forward for help, the guidance, not only the guidance, but the critical questioning from the children, from the participant that will benefit not our individual, but a total fraternity to take the things ahead. So a critical reasoning, critical commenting will help each us. So we will take it optimistically. We will look forward for the positive feedbacks, but it is not only the positive feedbacks, but rather taking the things ahead constructively with a positive approach, positive thinking. So wish you all the best for each and every session. Take the benefit. If there are any lapses, suggest to Dr. Renu Dupar or myself so that in the coming years, we can meet your expectations. With all this, I say on behalf of Director CSIR, great success to each and every moment of this 5-day program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful and encouraging word. And indeed, it's a wonderful experience to work with IITR and with your guidance, because this is the second time we have come together for this 5-day training program. And it's always a mutual, it's a great learning for all this, from all the senior scientists that are there, including you and the Bhaskar sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful and encouraging words. Thank you so much.
And Dr. Sharma?
Yes.
Dr. Sharma, I think within this small span of 10 minutes, you have brought the essence of this training program.
Thank you a lot.
It indicates that absolute understanding of how the training program, the way it has been planned. And all credit I will give to you and to our AIES department. So thank you indeed. Thank you very much. Please convey our regards to the director.
Thank you.
Your director.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Bhaskarji, yeah. Thank you.
Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, our another guest of honor for today is Professor Ashok Ghosh, Chairman, Bihar State Pollution Control Board, and Professor and Head of the Department Research, Mahavir Cancer Institute and Research Center. Ladies and gentlemen, a gold medalist from the University of Patna in the year 1972, Dr. Ghosh has more than 4 decades of experience in teaching and research. His area of research is arsenic contamination in groundwater, synthesis of nanoparticles by microbes, biofertilizer potential of microbes. He is professor in charge, Department of Environment and Water Management in College Patna, Senior Faculty, Department of Biotechnology, Advisor, Eastern Zonal Water Partnership involving 4 states, Bihar, Bengal, Orissa, and Jharkhand. An affiliate of GWP, that is Global Water Partnership. Advisor for Water Aid India, a component of Water Aid United Kingdom. International Scientific Advisor, Project Prama, University of Manchester, United Kingdom. member of editorial boards of African Journal of Plant Science, published by academic journals, selected for US Marquis book for Who is Who in Science and Engineering 2010, awarded with Erasmus Mundus Fellowship in 2010, sponsored by European Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, he has more than 50 research publications to his credentials and a lot to say today. But before I invite Sir, we would like to felicitate him with a Tulsi sapling as a tradition of Amity University that symbolized growth and prosperity for years to come. Now I request Professor Tanu Jindal to please present a virtual Tulsi sapling to our guest of honor, Professor Ashok Ghosh, sir. So please accept our Tulsi sapling. Over to you, sir.
Yes, Amrina.
Okay. So we'll wait for the sir. If he'll come, we'll introduce him again, and we take the proceeding ahead with the invitation to our chief guest for today. Okay, Renima?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Amrina.
So our another guest of honor, Dr. Ashok, is facing some internet issues. So we are proceeding ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so honored to have our chief guest for today, Dr. Ghanshyam P. Vadodaria. He's a Dean Engineering, Gujarat Technical University. Dr. Ghanshyam P. Vadodaria completed his civil engineering from MSU in 1990. He did his Masters of Engineering in WRM in 2000 from LD College of Engineering, Ahmedabad. After joining as a faculty of civil engineering in Government Engineering College in 1991, he joined IIT Delhi as a full-time research scholar to pursue PhD in the year 2005. After completing PhD in 2008, he served as the Controller of Examination and Registrar of the Gujarat Technical University up to November 2014. On 3rd November 2014, he joined as Principal of LD College of Engineering and serves up to 27 September 2019. From 1st October 2019, he joined as a Principal of Engineering, Gujarat Technical University, Bhavnagar. He is presently Dean of GTU, EC member of AICTE New Delhi, also Academic Council member of various universities of Gujarat. He has published many research papers in peer-reviewed journal and guided several students till now. There's a lot to his credentials and achievements and services to nation, but without much delay, I would request our team to please felicitate Sir with the Tulsi sapling as a tradition of Amity University that symbolizes growth and prosperity for years to come. So here, our Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am is presenting a virtual sapling to our chief guest for today, Dr. G.P. Vadodaria. So please accept our virtual Tulsi
Thanks
sapling.
a lot.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Welcome, sir.
Very good morning to all of you. It's my, I would say it's my privilege to be amongst the great fraternity of environmental science protection, I would say. So many eminent personalities are present over here and many have spoken. So I'd like to thank all of you, all mainly Amrish Khan. She is coordinating the program very well. Thanks to Dr. Tanu Jindal, Chancellor of the University, Vice Chancellor of the University, Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. D.K. Bandyopadhyay, who is the Chief Advisor and the Mentor of AES, Dr. Balinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor of this University, MIT University, Dr. V.P. Sharma, who just spoke a few minutes back, and all the participants, faculty and the students. So it's a very important training, 5 days training program, and very important subject that has been taken up. All the subjects, all the point-wise point, day-wise days, session-wise session, it has been well planned. It's a very important topic because whenever we talk about environmental safety hazard, I think always we talk about pollution, population, and many more things that has been told by many speakers just before me. But when we talk about environmental safety, I think we have to understand a lot has been said by the Environmental Protection Act 1986. So we should stick to that Environmental Protection Act 1986. Similarly, there are various provisions have been laid down by Government of India regarding safety and security of the environment. But I think the person who is the main element, who is taking care and polluting is the same. That's a human being. Human being is the person because of development, haphazard development is polluting environment, degrading environment, degrading air quality, water quality, and soil, that's land also. Haphazard planning in place of without any, we talk about sustainable, and there are a lot many checks and balances are there for anything needs to be developed. But always each and every person is competing to see that his project is developed without any with his shortcuts, and that lead to the degradation of environment. So all such kind of, but at the same time is how it can be implemented. Following norms, regulations, that is equally important, because we train the people, we train the students, we train the faculty members, we train the scientists. Scientists are coming with a lot of blue paper, white paper of all these things. But again, when we see that nothing has been changed, still we are polluting air, we are polluting water, we are even damaging the land, soil is degraded. And we recently have witnessed the Joshimath, right? That's a haphazard planning, I think, and whatever maybe, we don't want to enter into any controversy, but it is all because of us. It is all because of our competition of development, modern development, that had led to the degradation of the environment as a whole. So as a academician, as a scientist, or those who are in the R&D side, many other institutions are there who are doing a lot for control of, because there are various agencies also there. If we talk about state pollution control boards are there, central pollution control body is there, norms and regulations, everything is in place. We are doing environmental auditing also. As an academician, as an industry, we visit various industry. We give the permission after going through all the checks and balances. We check the laboratories, we check the equipments, we check the process. But whenever we visit the industry, I think we can see that as per norms, we are supposed to see that any effluent which has been disposed in a flowing river or any such wetland mass, we do not follow the norms and regulations, and because of that, water is the very good water, good quality water, river is been polluted, land is polluted, it is degraded, and leads to many problems. It is a very alarming situation. We have to think of it. We are organizing such programs with a good faith that this will pass on the message to each and every citizen of India, but it is not happening. So we have to see that this training program, whoever may be the participants, let's say more than 100 participants are there, and they can spread the message to at least 10%, and that 10% will stand to another 10%. I think that will create a lot of check and balances, and that will help us to at least minimize the degradation of environment. School, even in the school education, even in the engineering education, environmental science is the compulsory subject which is required to be taught to each and every student. But again, there should not be limited for just for teaching and learning, but implementation part is very important. So I think this 5 days program of this managerial way, how we can protect this environmental from the aspect of safety and health, I think this is to be understood very well, and this has to be practiced very well. Practicing is very much required. All control boards, all scientists, academicians, they are the part and parcel, because we are as a scientist and the academician and as a common man, we are the persons who are permitting industry to start. We are the persons who give a permission to build up any building. We are the persons who permit for usage of pesticides or insecticides or fertilizers. But again, how it has been implemented, that's implementing stage is where we are weaker, and we have to think of it. Then only I think it will be environmental will not be degraded much, and we have to control this degradation. Otherwise, all biotic and abiotic environment that will be polluted and will be responsible for creating all kinds of imbalance in nature, and many such disaster may occur because of our untimely steps which we are taking up. So I think this training program is very, very important training program. All the speakers are very eminent speakers. All the topics which have been covered are excellent. But repeatedly I am saying, these training programs should not remain as a training program, only a program for a certification, but this program is to be passed on to the last person. This has to be passed on to the policymakers. This has to be passed on to the corporations, Taluka Development or Urban Development Authority, or the Pollution Control Board, or Central Pollution Control Board. Everybody will have to act together. And if every individual, if they play an important role, I think this environmental will be protected very well, and will be in position to see that our next generation will be in position to get a good quality of air, water, and good quality of food, because we all want to have an organic food, right? Free from pesticide, free from fertilizers, but we want to have more production also. As a result, we are not getting the fruits of what we are supposed to have. So it's our joint responsibility for everyone to act together and see that environment is protected. Otherwise, we celebrate Environmental Day, World Environment Day, National Environment Day, and such training programs, workshops, seminar. I think this should not be just an event, but this should be a action taken event should be there, that we should see that those who are participant, they should contribute. Those who are not participant, they should indirectly contribute for protection of environment. So acts, regulations, bylaws, everything is in place. Now we have to follow it. And as an implementing authority, maybe a Center State Pollution Control Board or Central Pollution Control Board, such institution, they will have to come to planners. They are coming with big buildings, but again, we say green buildings, but again, how far, in how much sense it has been followed, that is equally important. We have got ample amount of rain, but whether we are polluting land, so we are responsible for that. I think we'll have to work very minutely and jointly, then only it's possible to protect the environment. So thank you very much for inviting me. Even though Monday I was busy in some other meetings, but anyway, and all those who have participated and spoken something, that I think that's what me also, because some of the things that they have spoken about 3 P's, 3 S, and 7 strategies, I think these are all very important. So thank you very much for inviting me and to be a part of this particular inaugural ceremony. I hope this 5 days training program very much useful to all participants and will take away for everyone. And I hope that we play a vital role in protecting the environment.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you,
sir,
sir.
for your
Thank you, sir.
wonderful words, and very rightly said, sir, that we have to pass on. It has to be outcome-based event. We should not just restricted ourselves to the certification and the certificates. And since morning, the speakers and everyone who has spoken so far, they've been talking about the outcome, and we'll definitely look forward that we'll come out with something useful out of it. We just pass on the outcomes to the policymakers, to the students, to the research scholars. And in the morning, I have mentioned that we navigate ourselves to this toxic environment towards a better future. So very rightly, sir, thank you so much. And as we all know that an unwise planning, an indifferent approach, and being insensitive has already caused us a lot of crisis. And VP sir has mentioned that awareness is very important, capacity building is very important. Sir has mentioned about 3 Ps also. So we have to actually convert them, all of these talks and all of these ideas into an outcome plan. We'll definitely be looking forward to it. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and encouraging words, and giving us to look forward to a lot of things. We have been joined by our guest of honor, Professor Ashok Ghosh, sir. So I'll take this opportunity to invite him to the platform to say a few words to us. And I would again introduce sir. He's a gold medalist from the University of Patna in the year 1972. Dr. Ghosh has more than 4 decades of experience in teaching and research. His area of research is arsenic contamination in groundwater, synthesis of nanoparticles by microbes, biofertilizer potential of microbes. He is professor in charge in Department of Environment and Water Management in College Patna, senior faculty Department of Biotechnology in College Patna. He is an advisor to Eastern Zonal Water Partnership involving 4 states, Bihar, Bengal, Orissa, and Jharkhand, an affiliate of Global Water Partnership. He is an advisor to Water Aid India, a component of Water Aid from United Kingdom, international scientific advisor to Project Prama, University of Manchester, United Kingdom. He has been awarded with the Erasmus Mundus Fellowship in 2010, sponsored by European Commission. He has more than 50 research publications to his credentials. He is doing a lot in the field of environmental toxicology, nanoparticles, biofertilizers potential. But before I invite sir to address the gathering, we would like to felicitate him with a Tulsi sapling as a tradition of Amity University that symbolizes growth and prosperity for life to come. So I would request the team to please play the felicitation video for sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Welcome, sir. Welcome to Amity platform, sir. Over to you, sir.
Okay. How much time has been allocated to me? Just let me the time. You are not audible. How much time? You are not audible.
Amrita ma'am, please unmute.
Maybe
You
for
are
10
muted.
minutes or so, sir.
Sir, 10
How
minutes
much
and so,
time?
sir. Sir, 10
Okay,
minutes.
that's fine. Okay, that's fine. So
Okay,
good
sir.
afternoon, everybody. It is
Good
my
afternoon,
pleasure
sir.
to participate in this first day of the 5-day program. And the topic is very close to my heart because I represent two sides. I represent 2 sides. One is the scientist in the forenoon, right this time. I'm a scientist. And in the afternoon, I become a bureaucrat as chairman of Bihar State Pollution Control Board.
Yes, sir.
But yes, the issues that you are going to highlight in this training program is very important, very significant.
जो है ये ITI का पीछे वाला गेट देखा है कपूरथला में?
Somebody is speaking, I think. it has to be
Yes, sir.
muted.
Yes, sir. We just request the IT team to please mute the other participants, please.
Yeah, I would like to highlight a few personal experiences through which I have undergone in my academic career and administrative career. As of today, we have all sorts of challenges. I belong to an era when nobody talked about air pollution or water pollution. I passed out my master's in 1972, and Bihar State Pollution Control Board was constituted in 1974. So you can imagine that how much distance we have traveled from my school life to the professional life. And today, everybody is worried about, concerned about the environmental issues. whether you talk about water pollution or air pollution, noise pollution, we have many challenges. And many of the challenges, they have been made by human intervention. Consider one thing, I have worked for long in arsenic contamination of groundwater. Before 70s, nobody talked. Before 80s, nobody talked about the arsenic in groundwater. Today, entire stretch of Indo-Gangetic Plain and also Brahmaputra Plain, right from Bangladesh to Bengal to Bihar, UP, they have highly contaminated aquifer with arsenic. Just to give an example, my research group has tested about 46,000 hand pumps throughout Bihar. And we have recorded the highest arsenic value in groundwater of 1,906 microgram per liter against the WHO permissible limit of 10 microgram per liter. So you can imagine that if the permissible limit is 10 microgram per liter and somebody is consuming 1,906 microgram per liter of arsenic, what will be the health impact? And I'm seeing that health impact in the cancer hospital where I am working in the forenoon. Many patients are coming with clear symptoms of arsenicosis and also cancer patient. And 3 days back, we have published a research paper in which we have confirmed that there is a strong correlation between arsenic poisoning and gallbladder cancer. We have worked in 2 states, in Assam and Bihar, and both the states have high arsenic content and very high prevalence of gallbladder cancer. And we are working on the genetic basis now. We are trying to identify the genes responsible for that. Then you may ask this question from where this arsenic came. So it is not coming from any industry. It is geogenic. The arsenic comes in the form of arsenopyrite, that is a combination of arsenic and iron from Himalayan rivers. And that deposited in the aquifer in the long history of geology. What happened that before 70s and 80s, we were dependent on surface water. Groundwater was not exploited a lot. But world bodies like UNICEF and World Bank and other agencies, WHO, suggested that in developing countries like India and Bangladesh and Pakistan, lots of diarrhea issues are there due to drinking of the surface water because they have bacterial load. So they suggested that no, the surface water should not be used. We should go to groundwater. And a large number of borewells were dug to supply the groundwater to the rural area as well as urban area. In the initial stages, it looked very good. It was bacteria-free, it was very clean and very sweet to see. But then there was over-exploitation of groundwater for both irrigation and also drinking. And that over-exploitation led to change in the chemistry of the aquifer. And due to change in chemistry of aquifer, the arsenopyrite broke into arsenic ion and also the iron ion. And you know, if something is converted into ionic form, it becomes available. So what we have done, we have overexploited the groundwater, and the arsenic that was sitting idle in the latent stage, it is coming as a health issue, big health issue. And lots of arsenic patients are coming in my hospital with arsenicosis. That is one issue. That is the change of pattern from surface water to groundwater gave some relief to diarrhea. But a new problem is the cancer. Now you tell me what you will prefer to have, diarrhea or cancer. It is anybody's choice. The diarrhea is treatable very easily through antibiotic. And for cancer, we don't have full-fledged medicine. So that is the issue, that one issue that I want to highlight, that we went for comfort zone, and for going to comfort zone, we have invited a big problem, big issue, that is disease like cancer. Similar is the case of plastics. When plastic was discovered, it was said that it is wonder, miracle material. And Carl Ziegler was awarded Nobel Prize for discovery of plastic. And today, you know what is happening. Plastic is non-biodegradable. It is estimated that if you throw plastic in water or soil, it takes 400 years to degrade. And that is also estimation, because the age of plastic is not more than 150 years. So you don't know, it is estimated. And if you leave the plastic in the soil or water, through time, slowly it physically breaks into smaller parts, very small parts. And if the size becomes less than 5 micron, it becomes microplastic. And microplastic enters in the food chain. And through food chain, it enters into human body. And again, in human body, it is carcinogenic. So you don't know that by throwing the plastic bags in the soil or water body, what you are doing? Ultimately, you are doing your harm. It is, circular economy sort of thing. If you throw a plastic, it comes back to you again. It is in microplastic, then food chain, then your human body, your blood, and you develop cancer. So just by dropping the paper bags and other, biodegradable bags, we picked up plastic because it was convenient, lightweight, and low cost. But see the cost today, health cost today. If it is causing cancer and anybody is dying through cancer, that is a big problem, big issue. So I gave you these two examples to just suggest that we have to see the long-term impact before adopting any new technology. Technology is there, no doubt, but technology should be assessed in long-term term, not in the short-term issue that you get some benefit and you jump on that technology. It has to be evaluated before you transfer it to that of the society. There are two things. One is the development of technology, and other is transfer of technology to the human beings, to the society. That second part is very important to look after, that what health impact it will have in the long term and how it can be minimized so that the health can be discarded. Same with air pollution. When I was a school kid, we never thought about air pollution and things like that. And today, if you see the AQI, in cities like Patna and Delhi, the AQI crosses 400. And if AQI crosses 400, that is a big issue, a big health issue, both for healthy persons and of course for people with the history of asthma or COPD. That is a big issue. And to minimize that, we have to be accountable because we have created it. The vehicular emission is very high. The roads are choked. It was a big city or small city, the roads are choked. And there is a need of people's participation. Many people think that controlling air pollution and water pollution is only the role of government. But I strongly believe that all the health issues related to air pollution or water pollution can be controlled only through cooperation between government and community. Community has big role. We never think that what we are doing for causing air pollution, but we blame always. Like, if you go to any red light area, you'll find that hundreds of cars are staying there and they don't switch off their ignition. They say, it's my petrol, I'll burn. But by your petrol, what is happening, you are seeing. And similarly, if you go to even 500 meters, you pick up your vehicle. You should walk some. For short distance, you can walk, you can use cycles. That will be good for health and environment also. So my perception is always there, that there are rules and rules and rules. We don't need any new rule to combat pollution. The only thing is their implementation. And the biggest factor in the implementation is public participation, people's participation, community participation. It has to be joint effort by government, pollution control boards, and community. Then only the problem will be resolved. Because this problem has not been created in one day or 1 month. It has been created in years and years. So to remove it, also there will be taken some time. And I appeal through this platform to everybody that wherever you are, whatever you are doing, do something for the safety of the environment also, to stop biodegradation or degradation of the environment. Help the government, help the pollution control board. We are doing our thing. We are trying our best to control the things. But people's participation is very much required. Thank you very much for inviting me in this gathering. And I am hopeful that this training, not only they will make them aware towards the rules and regulations, but also people's participation. मैं एक चीज हिंदी में कहना चाहूंगा, मैं जब स्कूल में पढ़ता था तो समाज अध्ययन में एक चैप्टर हुआ करता था, समाज अध्ययन, जिसमें पढ़ाया जाता था नागरिकों का अधिकार और कर्तव्य। समय के साथ मैंने देखा है कि हम लोग अपने अधिकार के प्रति अधिक सजग होते जा रहे हैं और अपने कर्तव्य के प्रति उदासीन होते जा रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल
तो मेरा ये कहना होगा, मेरा अपील होगा सभी से कि आप अपने अधिकार के लिए भी लड़िए, लेकिन अपने कर्तव्य का भी पालन करिए, और तभी ये पीपल्स पार्टिसिपेशन के द्वारा और गवर्नमेंट की एक्टिविटी के द्वारा ये प्रॉब्लम को हटाया जाएगा और जो भी हेल्थ बर्डन उन पर आ रहा है वो डिक्रीज किया जा रहा है। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर गिविंग मी टाइम।
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And it was a privilege listening to you. And you have touched upon a very, very important aspect, that how the toxicity of various compounds and how their concentration is increasing in the nature, and that is leading to the incidence of cancers. And I'm very sure, and I believe that in the coming days, we'll be also talking about these aspects, how the toxic environment, the food chain that you have mentioned, the food that we eat, the air that we breathe, the polluted water that we are drinking, the plastics that are going into the environment. And if you look at the scenario today, the cost of health is being, it many forced to a different level. And very rightly said that we should not be looking for the short-term benefit. In fact, we should be looking at the long-term impact of these toxicants, pollutants, contaminants that we are just pouring into the environment, without thinking. Thank you so much, sir. It was really pleasure listening to you, your ideas, and definitely, sir, आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा कि सिर्फ अधिकार के लिए बात तो करना जरूरी है, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ अपना कर्तव्य निभाना भी बहुत जरूरी है। और एक ही पृथ्वी हमारे पास है, एक ही प्लैनेट हमारे पास है, and there is no second earth, there is no another planet with life. So wonderful address, sir. Thank you so much, Ashok sir. And
Abhinita,
ji sir.
Actually, Professor Ashok ji has already, Ashok Ghosh has already, hit the nail.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And
Agreed.
he is reminding us for performing our duties and performing and also spreading the awareness. But side by side, I would also like to add one more point, Professor Ghosh, for your consideration, that we know our duties if somebody tell us what is our duties.
Yes,
and this younger generation, possibly in the milieu of the Western culture or Western style of living, they have forgotten what are their duties. Now it has become very, very relevant for us to remind of the duties, and that is the whole purpose of this training program, point number one. Point number two, now question may come, why should we perform it? So the science behind it, the framework behind it, the methodology behind it should be also known to the persons so that they know that why they need to perform their duties. What are the consequences? Like you said that diarrhea, water, arsenic contamination leading to diarrhea and leading to cancer. Now, do you like to remove arsenic? And then thereby the correlation, strong correlation of cancer cases are going to be reduced. Now, how to remove the arsenic? What are the things to be done for removal of the arsenic? That framework also needed to be propagated and needed to be told, and that is told to the participants, told to the generations, told to the citizens of this country. And there comes the relevancies of this training program, sir. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Sir, just a point. Just I will
yes,
add a
sir,
point.
yes.
Just a point. I have worked a lot towards the arsenic mitigation. I have also developed technology how to remove arsenic from groundwater and provide safe water. But the time was only 10 minutes. So that
Yes,
was a
sir. Yes, sir.
constraint.
We do recognize. We do recognize.
So in future, if you give me some more time, I'll be happy to share my more detail of the work that I have done in my academic life. Thank you very much.
We know your contribution.
Sure, sir.
We know your contribution, but I wanted to remind to our participants that you must know your duties, and you must also ask why should you perform the duties. So you will be able to
Yes,
perform
sir.
the duties most effectively.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you,
very
sir.
much.
Thank you, Ashok sir. Next time we will definitely invite you, but not in the online mode, in the offline mode, so that the maximum
Yeah.
students get benefited from your knowledge, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So we have come to the end of our inaugural session, and there's 4 lines coming to my mind, which I want to recite for all our esteemed guests and the participants, that कश्ती भी नहीं बदली, दरिया भी नहीं बदला, कश्ती भी नहीं बदली, दरिया भी नहीं बदला, और डूबने वालों का जज्बा भी नहीं बदला, है शौक इस सफर एक अरसे से यारो, मंजिल भी नहीं पाई, रास्ता भी नहीं बदला। तो इसी रास्ते पे चलते हुए मुझे उम्मीद है और मैं बहुत पॉजिटिव हूँ that will definitely navigate us through to the outcome and of this event, and we will pass on the outcome to all the stakeholders for this event. So now I would request my colleague, Dr. Richa Dave Nagar, Assistant Professor, Amity Institute of Environmental Sciences, Amity University of Uttar Pradesh, to propose a vote of thanks to our August gathering. So over to you, Richa.
Thank you, Dr. Ambrina. A very good afternoon to all the respected dignitaries, distinguished participants, and my dear colleagues. Thanks for being with us for inaugural ceremony of the 5 days training program on management strategies for environmental health and safety, a step towards achieving SDGs. Aligned from 16th to 20th January 2023 in association with IITR, Indian Institute of Toxicological Research, CSIR, Lucknow. It is a privilege and a great honor for me to extend a formal vote of thanks to all present here on behalf of Amity Institute of Environmental Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. At the outset, I, on behalf of the entire fraternity of Amity, would like to convey my deep regards and thanks to Honorable Founder President Sir, Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhan Sir, for his continuous guidance and encouragement. We are grateful to President and Chancellor Sir, Dr. Atul Chauhan Sir, and Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Professor Balwinder Shukla. We are highly obliged to Professor D.K. Bandyopadhyay Sir, Chief Advisor FPO and Mentor AIES, for his guidance to execute the program. Encouragement by Professor Tanu Jindal, Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor R&D, and continuous support from Professor S.P. Singh Sir, Director ASN RST, we begin with our 5-day journey of learning and sharing. We extend a warm thanks to Dr. V.P. Sharma Sir, Senior Principal Scientist and Head Quality Assurance CSIR, Indian Institute of Toxicological Research, Lucknow, for extending his full support and encouragement in organizing this training program. We extend our greetings to our guest of honor, Dr. Bhaskar Narayanan, Director CSIR IITR, who, due to an urgent meeting, couldn't join us today. We are thankful to guest of honor, Professor Ashok Ghosh, Chairman, Bihar State Pollution Control Board, and Professor in HOD Research, Mahavir Cancer Institute and Research Center. We thank him for sharing his vast experience and work regarding arsenic contamination and arsenic causes and other contaminants like microplastics causing cancer. We are very enthralled to have with us our chief guest, Dr. G.P. Vadodara, Dean, Engineering, Gujarat Technological University. Sir, many thanks for sharing your valuable thoughts on the current situation of environmental degradation and importance of environmental education. I would also express my thanks and best wishes to the organizing conveners of the training program, Dr. Renu Dupar, Dr. Ambrina Sadar Khan, and Dr. Anamika Srivastav, and the entire team of AIS and IITR. I humbly thank all the participants who are attending the program. Your interest and active participation are a great encouragement to all of us. I would be failing in my duty if I do not convey my gratitude to the administration of Amity University for the efforts they have made for the efficient conduction of this event. We would like to thank the esteemed delegates, the scientific community, colleagues, and research scholars for being an integral part of this event. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to place on record a hearty thanks to admin IT team AUP for the perfect support. In the end, I once again thank the distinguished assemblage in the training program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Richa. And with this, we have come to the end of our inaugural session. We'll be meeting again for the first plenary session for today. So I request all the participants to join us back. And
Thank you, Dr. Richa, as well as Dr. Dupar, Amrina, for coordinating in an elegant way. And the anchorship is a big responsibility. You have done elegantly. I thank once again all the management of Amity and my dear participant from the academic part of Amity. So all the best.
thank you, sir. Thank you.
30, and from today there will be one session hands-on training. So I request all the participants, please join us at 1:30. Thank you. Thanks to all.
Thank you.
President Sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Amity Education Group. We are meeting in a plenary session 1 on 5-day training program on management strategies for environment, health, and safety, a step towards achieving sustainable development goals. The session deals on the environmental pollutants, health risk, and management associated with it. I, Umama Mufti, on behalf of Amity Institute of Environmental Sciences, Amity University, Noida, Uttar Pradesh, and Indian Institute of Toxicology Research, Lucknow, along with an entire organizing team, welcome you all to an extremely knowledgeable and insightful plenary session 1 on 5-day training program on management strategies for environmental health, safety, a step towards achieving sustainable development goals. This is an extensive 5-day training program with several insightful lectures, knowledge exchange training program every day. The event is focused to explore the linkages and the connection between the various aspects of environmental pollutant, health risk, and management associated with it. There are several issues that need to address with an immediate action to minimize the impact of environmental pollutant, health risk, and its poor management. The idea is that all the organizers, scientists, experts, and other stakeholders across the world, nation should come closer and for the better understanding and the solving the problem of environmental pollutant, health risk, environmental climatic management, its impact on human health through mass awareness, technical, policy, and legal perspective and sustainable solutions. Environment pollutant have a various adverse health effects. From early life, some of the most important harmful effects are the prenatal disorders, infant mortality, respiratory disorders, allergies, malignancy, cardiovascular disorders, increase in stress, oxidative endothelial dysfunctioning, mental disorders, and various other harmful effects, as we know. Though short-term effects of the environment pollutant are usually highlighting wide range of hazards of air pollution from early life and their possible implication on chronic non-communicable diseases of the adulthood should be underscored. Numerous studies have explored that the environment political exposures have been linked to the increased risk of morbidity, mortality for many diseases, organ disturbance, cancers, and other chronic diseases. Therefore, it is a time to take action and control the pollution. Otherwise, the waste product from the consumption, heating, agriculture, mining, manufacturing, transportation, and other human activities will degrade the environment. As rightly tweeted by Lauren Andrell-Weil, we need to accept the seemingly obvious fact that the toxic environment can make the people sick, and no amount of medical intervention can protect us. The healthcare communities must become a powerful political lobby for environmental policy and legislation, as we scientists can make a difference in this regard. This session is graced by our eminent speakers and experts in their field, and today they all will be sharing their experience on this 5-day training program on management strategies for environmental health and safety, a step towards achieving sustainable development goals. Now, I welcome all the eminent speakers and participants to this session. Before we begin the session, as a culture of Amity University, as a tradition, we would like to felicitate our esteemed guest with virtual Tusi sapling, which symbolizes the prosperity and lifelong relationship, friendship, and spatial bonding forever. Now, I request the team to please play the felicitation video for Dr. Debashish Chakrabarty sir, who is our first distinguished speaker for today's lecture. Dr. Amrina Sardar Khan is presenting virtual Tusi sapling to Debashish Chakrabarty sir. Welcome you, sir, on the Amity platform.
Thank you very much. It was a nice.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Debashish Chakrabarty, he's a senior principal scientist in Genetic and Molecular Biological Division, CSIR, National Botanical Research Institute, Lucknow. Dr. Chakrabarty's research includes the principal understanding on the molecular basis of the arsenic toxicity and accumulation in plant parts, and also covered the transgenic and bioremediation approaches to minimize in rice accumulation, which further reduces the food chain contamination. His study describes the principal understanding on the molecular basis of the arsenic toxicity and accumulation in plant parts, and also covered the transgenic and bioremediation approaches to minimize as accumulation in rice, which further reduces the food contamination chains. His lab is actively working on molecular signaling approaches which involves in differential somatic embryogenesis and regenerational potential among rice subspecies. Their recent findings suggest that positive regulation of the genes related to the meristem regulation and somatic embryogenesis responsive kinase gene family during in vivo developmental stages in rice. Presently, they are trying to explore upstreaming and downstreaming regulators mediated somatic embryogenesis, as well as the identifying of genes involving during meristem regulation in monocot plants. We welcome you, sir, on the MET platform. Now, sir is enlightening us on the environmental pollutants, health risk, and management associated with you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Mufti, for a brief introduction, and really appreciate that. And thank you, Richa, also, who is my actually student, who invited me for this session. So what I will do is I will do the screen sharing for my presentation. I hope. Is it now in full screen?
Yes, sir. It's in full screen mode now.
Okay. And am I audible?
Yes, sir. You may proceed. You are audible clearly.
Okay. So today what I will do is, I'm working in arsenic research for a long period. From 2006, I started this journey, and it is 2022, 2023. So it's been a long journey. And during this journey, we had a lot of failures. We had a lot of good research. So I will today describe one very interesting research work that is a novel fungal arsenic methyl transferase that reduces grain arsenic accumulation in transgenic rice. So first of all, this is my group, that is Rice Genomics Group, and we work in 3 different aspects. One in root architecture. This is a paper which is published recently. And as you know that drought is a very common phenomenon right now because of the environmental problems. So understanding drought is very important, and root is the first target. So understanding the root system architecture is a primary goal to understand the drought response. So we worked on that aspects for a long period of time. Then another interesting work my group is involved, that is agrobacterium and host interaction. As you know, that agrobacterium is used for genetic transformation. It transfers its tDNA to the plants, but there is some host interaction. Host is also interacting with the agrobacterium. So we understand how the host is interacting with the agrobacterium, because it's a prokaryotic and the host is a eukaryotic. So the interaction is very interesting. So recently we deciphered that interaction, and we published a paper in Planta, so one can go. But today's topic is arsenic in rice, which is my favorite actually, because I started working from 2006. So it's long been I'm associated with that. First thing first, these are my workers, my students, and it's a big family, you can say. I always say it's a family because we stayed a longer time in our lab rather than staying at our home. So it's a family. And today I will discuss about the work of Sikha, who is now in Israel doing postdoc. I will discuss Manjusri, who is in Gujarat University. She's doing some work there. And also I will discuss about something about Dr. Madhu Tiwari, who is now in France in CNRS doing her postdoc. And other peoples are also working, but due to limitation of time, I will not go through all the work. I'll maybe later sometimes I will come to you or discuss a lot of work which we are doing, and maybe we can have some collaborations if you want. But today my work will be restricted to 3-4 work, as I said, Sikha, Manjusri, or Madhu. And I also acknowledge funding from DST, DVT, and CSIR, because without their funding, I cannot go through all this work. So this is the first thing which I should acknowledge. So now tell me something about arsenic. I'm sure that today in the morning, Professor Ashok Ghosh is already told about the arsenic problem, and he pointed out that it's a huge problem. But he concentrated on water contamination, especially the drinking water is contaminated with arsenic, and there are a lot of problems in Bengal, Bihar, as well as Uttar Pradesh. But my concern is not water, but is on rice. So when I started working, I tried to find out some history that how the arsenic problem actually existed in our states, or in Bangladesh, or some other places. And then I found that one article that pointed out that the arsenic poisoning was there in pre-Columbian Chilean mummies, which is nearly 5,000 years ago. So from this article, we can conclude that arsenic problem is not a new world problem. Actually, this problem existed long before, and 5,000 years ago is not a joke. And if you look at the South American countries, you can see that the arsenic problem is there in Chile, in Peru, even some parts of Argentina. And you know that there are several civilizations just vanished. For example, Inca, Mayan civilization, these all civilizations are vanished and suddenly vanished. So what will be the reason? So I collaborate with some of the people from Peru also, and Chile, and I asked the same question, that whether, I mean, this is confirmed that from the Chilean mummies, that the people over there in 4,000 years ago, they are having problem with arsenic in drinking water. So maybe this is the reason that people are disappearing from that particular place. So they said that, yes, I mean, that may be a possibility of, declining a civilization. And later part, one group from Sweden, they identified that because that time, people are nomadic in nature, they used to move from one place to another. So they found one tribe in Argentina that they are very much resistant to arsenic. And when they try to identify that, excuse me, hello? हाँ ठीक है मैं भेज दूंगा. So what actually they suggested that these people from Chile, they migrated to particularly here in Argentina, and this tribe, and they are resistant because they have a lot of, they found a lot of SNPs, single nucleotide polymorphism, in the promoter region of the arsenic methyl transferase gene. And that leads to higher expression of that particular gene in that particular tribes. And this is actually the first human selection against a heavy metal. So when they just go for the GWAS analysis, they found that these tribes actually basically related to the people from Chile, and it is confirmed that these groups actually traveled across that place and then settled down in Argentina. So this indicates that yes, those problems were there in that very past, 5,000 years ago, or maybe more. And this problem, because people didn't know that it's because of the arsenic poisoning or something like that, people try to leave those places and started settling in the other places. And they eventually developed some of the genes that control the arsenic resistance in their body. So this is the first example of the human adaptation to arsenic-rich environments. If you are interested, you can go through the papers from NCBI and you can download and you can read. It's very interesting, of course. Now, as I told, I just try to make some year-wise development, how that arsenic was found in Chilean Mome in 5000 BCs. And then, as you know, that Napoleon Bonaparte death is due to arsenic. I mean, it has been suggested that he is slow poisoned. And then arsenic was reported to be effective in chronic leukemia, that is in 1930. Arsenic in groundwater was reported in 1937. And then 1942, US set the water standard set at 50 microgram per liter. And then WHO set up the provisional weekly intake is 15 mg per kilogram of body weight in 1983. Arsenic detection in rice is 1980s to 1990s. And then first development of transgenic resistant is 2002. Arsenic methyl transferase was characterized from rat liver is 2002. And also some of the QTL also I identified in rice in chromosome 6. And I mean, PGPR also used for the application of arsenic mitigation in 2007. And first transgenic rice with reduced accumulation of arsenic was developed by our group in 2011. So this is the whole lot of developments during the year from 5000 BC. As you know that this is a photocourtesy from Dr. Dipankar Chakraborty, who is, you can say, the father of arsenic research in India. So I got a figure from him. He's no more right now. He passed away, but the legacy he had given us to understand more about arsenic and other things. So he mapped the arsenic contaminated area, and he found that Brahmaputra, Ganga, Meghna plains are totally contaminated with arsenic, and it's a huge problem. And people have a lot of problems because of this arsenic as a drinking water. But if you see those areas, especially in West Bengal, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, the rice is used, I mean, the irrigation water used for rice cultivation is from the groundwater. And this groundwater contains a huge amount of arsenic contamination. So eventually, rice is basically a efficient arsenic accumulator and thus accumulate lot of arsenic in their grains. So the food poisoning through rice is also happening all the way from 1980s to up till now. So it's a problem. Now, as you can see, we have, I mean, when we started work in the villages of West Bengal, Bihar, and even in Balia district of Uttar Pradesh, we find that, yes, there are a lot of problems. We just visited their house, and as you can find here, that they don't want it to show their even hands because their hands are having arsenic related disease, arsenic keratosis. There are a lot of plants are there for arsenic free water, but the problem is, I mean, it's not a very cost effective. It's a very, because you need to change the filter every time, and which is not happening. So I mean, it's not working at all. And even we collected rice from different households, and we find that the rice contains quite a huge amount of arsenic in their grains, which is consumed by the local people. Not only local people, because rice I mean, cultivated there, they have been exported to all over India. So maybe all over India, we are exposing ourselves to arsenic. So what we did at that time is that we try to find out some of the cultivars that if some of the cultivars have accumulated lower amount of arsenic in their grains. So we did lot of field trials with lot of cultivars, breeding lines, and try to find out that which cultivar is having a low arsenic in their grains. And eventually we find one cultivar, we named it CN17942 CSRNBRI, which is having a very low arsenic in their grains. And it is a natural selection from Karnal local. And this variety has been released by the National Variety Release Committee. So now it is in the market. We call it a Muktasri. However, the problem is this variety is an aromatic rice variety. So people of West Bengal, Bihar people, they don't want it to cultivate this variety. I mean, they don't have, they have their own reservation because they want cultivate a variety which is higher yielding and accepted by all over across the place. So what we wanted to do is that why not, I mean, because the molecular breeding is an approach that you can identify a QTL from that variety and then can transfer to the local variety which is being cultivated by the farmers. But the problem is, you know, that the arsenic accumulation in rice is a very complex in nature. It is not a very simple, it's a complex in nature. And when arsenic, the rice is growing in the arsenic field, they lost a lot of nutritional quality, for example, essential amino acids, and also a variety of low grain arsenic has a lower yield and tolerance against arsenic. So for this reason, this molecular breeding program is not very much successful, although we are looking for the minor QTLs, but the major QTLs, it's very difficult. I'll show you some slides why it is not. So what we did is that in the subsequent years, we try to identify the low arsenic accumulating variety as well as the high arsenic accumulating variety. And we try to understand their transcriptome studies, I mean genetic expression pattern. And what we find is that the lower accumulation or higher accumulation does not follow the same pathway. So what we conclude from this study that the genetic mechanism regulating the differential arsenic accumulation in different genotypes may not depend on gene expression at the transcription level. So this is one of the big drawbacks when you are doing molecular breeding program. Now let's talk about the arsenic metabolism, how arsenic actually metabolizes inside the plant, especially in the rice. So as you know that arsenic present in two forms, one is organic, another is inorganic. Organic is safer, but inorganic arsenic in two forms, for example, arsenic 5 and arsenic 3 is highly toxic. Arsenic 5 actually enters through phosphate transporter and arsenic 3 enters through aquaglycerolpurine. And once arsenite enters through phosphate transporter, they immediately reduce to arsenite. And this arsenite have a very good binding affinity with the sulfohydryl groups. And there are several proteins or peptides, for example, phytogelatin, metallothionein, glutathione, they are having cysteine residues. So they actually binds with those phytogelatin and glutathione and then sequester into the vacuole through different types of transporter. And eventually they enter into xylem through other transporters and ultimately into the phloem. Through phloem loading, they enters into the endosperm of the rice. So from this, if you can understand that if you wanted to identify the QTL, you will end up with phosphate transporter or aquaglycerolpurines. So this is a very drawbacks to identify QTLs. So therefore, we thought that why not we go for the transgenic approach. As I told you before, that those people in Argentina, that tribes, they have a lot of higher expression of arsenic methyl transferase. The gene actually, what actually they did is that arsenic, inorganic arsenic is converted to the organic arsenic, which is less toxic. So why not try to find those genes? But before that, we did some of the experiments. For example, we identified some genes of phytogelatin synthase from Ceratophyllum dimursum. And this is a hyperaccumulator of rice. And when we just overexpress it in rice, we find that in grain, as you can see here in the photographs, that micro-XRF maps, this is a non-transgenic grains, and you can find lot of arsenics is there in that grain. But in transgenic lines, they are reduced comparatively. And eventually the arsenic is actually higher in shoot as well as in root. So indicating that arsenic is basically sequestered in shoot and root, thereby not letting arsenic to go into the grain. But unfortunately, as you know, that shoot of rice is used as a fodder. So, I mean, it is not a very much good technology for us to give to the farmers, because indirectly you are again helping the arsenic to go into the food chain, because cow, cattle, they will feed the arsenic containing fruits, straws, and eventually you will get milk from that particular cattle, and that milk will be contaminated with arsenic. So you cannot stop arsenic to goes into the food chain. So this technology is not very viable for us at that time. Then we identified another enzyme, that is glutathione S transferase. That I mean, this enzyme actually help the transfer of glutathione or binding the glutathione with arsenite and then sequester into the vacuole. And we did, and we make the transgenic, we also make the knockouts, and we find out that yes, plants are growing comparatively well in the when you grow the plants in the presence of arsenic, and the content is also lower in the shoot. And this is also a good technology, but it still is not a very good technology as compared to I mean, when you are trying to reduce the arsenic from the both the shoot part as well as the seed part. So in that, I mean, when we were working on this, then that thinking was there, that if we can just identify that gene, arsenic methyl transferase, and then if we can produce transgenic rice, then maybe this arsenite, this organic arsenic, may be converted to the inorganic arsenic converted to the organic arsenic, which will be the safer for human consumption. And some of the organic arsenic is also volatile in nature. So if we can just complete the pathway, then we can reduce considerable amount of arsenic from the rice itself. So what we did is we did isolate the rhizosphere from the contaminated site and try to identify some of the fungus or bacteria which is resistance against arsenic. And we find that yes, FA3, one of the fungal isolates, shows very much resistance when they are growing in 5,000 ppm of arsenic containing media. And that makes us very surprised that how actually this fungal fungus is growing in the arsenic rich media. So we try to find out different genes, and subsequently we find that yes, there is one gene, arsenic methyl transferase gene, is present in that particular bacteria, and we identified that gene. We cloned that gene. Firstly, we just cloned partial cloning, and then we go for the 5' or 3' race to get the full sequences. And here you can see this. This is very similar to the trichophyton gene, and we identify that gene, and then we just decipher the whole sequence of that particular gene from Western Dactyella orientica. That is the fungus. This is an Ascomycetes fungus. From that, we isolate that particular gene. Now, when this gene we introduce into a E. coli, the E. coli is devoid of arsenic ARS operon. ARS operon is actually basically, what is ARS operon? ARS operon is basically giving the tolerance against the arsenic, because it's a natural resistance for the E. coli. And so we have obtained a mutant E. coli which doesn't have the ARS operon. And what we did that in this mutant E. coli, we introduced our gene, I think arsenic methyl transferase gene, and we found that it is complemented. I mean, the E. coli grows very well when we just express the arsenic methyl transferase. It indicates the gene is actually working very nicely to give resistance against arsenic. Similarly, we did it in eukaryotes, like in yeast and yeast mutant. This mutant is they are ACR2, they are basically the efflux transporter. because this yeast has a efflux transporter to efflux out arsenic outside the cell, and that is their mechanism to reduce the arsenic stress from the cells. So when we just have this mutant and then overexpress our gene, we find that yes, this gene is working very nicely. And another thing is very important. We also did the ICP-MS analysis, and in that ICP-MS analysis, we find that when this gene is present, then the arsenic is converted into DMA, that is dimethyl arsenic. And also here in arsenate, in arsenite, in both the cases, the arsenic is converted into dimethyl arsenic, which is basically organic arsenic. And also we measured the volatile arsenic, and volatile arsenic is also quite higher in the transformed yeast. So therefore we concluded that this gene is working very nicely. These genes can convert inorganic arsenic into the organic arsenic, as well as it also ables to make the arsenic in volatile in nature. Especially it converts TMO, trimethyl arsenine, which is a volatile in nature. So this is quite a good gene to explore with and to make a transgenic. So what we did next time, we try to make sure that whether these genes are doing the same thing or not. So we isolate that protein, that particular enzyme, and then we did some kinetic assays. And this kinetic assays shows that the Km value, as you can see here, the Km value is 0.19. Whether the rat liver arsenic methyl transferase, the Km value is 0.25. So our this gene is having a very higher kinetic value, indicating is a very good candidate for going for the making actually transgenic plants. And we just not only check through the kinetics, we also did the ICP-MS analysis, and we find that when the arsenic and this gene along with the glutathione, if we provide in the in vitro assay, they immediately converted arsenite into dimethyl arsenic acid. Now here is one question will appear at that time, that why we are not getting monomethyl arsenic acid, because monomethyl arsenic acid is the first step for that reaction. So why we are not getting this one, monomethyl arsenic? Why we are getting always the dimethyl arsenic? So for that reason, what we did is we obtained monomethyl arsenic and then we did the same experiment there. And as you can see that within 5 minutes, all the monomethyl arsenic acid is converted into the dimethyl arsenic acid. So this reaction is very fast. So that's why we couldn't find the monomethyl arsenic, because the monomethyl, when the enzyme convert the monomethyl arsenic acid, this monomethyl immediately converted to dimethyl arsenic acid by the same enzyme. So that's why we could not get that band, that peak during our study in the ICP-MS analysis. And also we got a lot of volatile arsenicals in our reaction mixture. So from this, it has been clear that these genes is really a good candidate for further study. So what we did is we make some construct to overexpress it in Arabidopsis thaliana. As you know, the Arabidopsis thaliana is a model plant. So we try to first see that whether it is working in Arabidopsis thaliana or not. So we got some transgenic plants, and these transgenic plants, as you can see, when we just give the arsenic containing water, then this is the wild type plant in arsenite treatment or arsenate treatment. Their growth is being retarded, but overexpression lines, they grows very well. as you can see through this data also. We also measured the arsenic accumulation, and we found that yes, arsenic accumulation is reduced in the plant parts. Not only plant parts, in Arabidopsis seeds, it is 31% reduction we observed when we overexpress this gene in Arabidopsis thaliana. So we are very much positive with this result. And then we try to overexpress it in and also the volatilization is also quite higher. As you can see, this is the wild type and this is the transgenic. And in transgenic, the volatile arsenic accumulation is quite higher as compared to the wild type. So this enzyme is doing wonder, making the arsenic not only organic in nature, but making the arsenic in volatile in nature. So the plant doesn't have any arsenic in their grains. So we, upon the successful study of the Arabidopsis, we try to make construct for the rice, and we made several transgenics, and we choose 3 overexpressing lines, and then we did hydroponic experiments. In hydroponic experiments, as you can see here, that this is the wild type and this is the 3 transgenic lines. As you can see, when we just treat the arsenite or arsenate, and you can see that the growth is retarded, but the transgenic rice is not retarded, but the growth very well as compared to the wild type lines. This is the data which is actually giving you the whole information, but the picture shows it all. So I'm not going detail into the data. And also the arsenic accumulation is also reduced drastically, and especially in the seeds. The arsenic is reduced, amazingly reduced in the seeds as well. And the volatile arsenic is also quite higher when we measured that how much volatile arsenic is actually evolving from our transgenic rice when we expose to arsenic, and it is quite higher. So volatilization is occurring in those transgenic lines. And this is the photographs of in pot experiment. As you can see, this is the non-transgenic and this is the transgenic lines. Both of them are irrigated with arsenic contaminated water, and as you can see here, this is basically yellowing, but this is growth very well. They have a quite larger panicles development. As you can see here, panicle development is quite larger as compared to the non-transgenic one. So we just also check the ICP-MS pattern, and we find, yes, the rice grains also having the capability of reducing inorganic to organic. So we can get a lot of dimethyl arsenic there. In both the cases, arsenate and arsenite. So this is what we confirm that yes, our gene is working, and they are not only converting arsenic into the organic form, but also they are converting into the volatile in nature. So that is all. And here you can see that the polycyclic seeds, at least 50% reduction of the arsenic occurs. And when we just search the literature with all the transgenic research which are going on around the world, we find that our gene, that this genes is reduced arsenic 51.5% in the seeds. They reduced arsenic accumulation. So it's a quite amazing result we got. And we are hoping that maybe in future we will just do some field trials, and maybe because now, as you know, that Brassica transgenics is allowed by the Supreme Court for the field trials. So Brassica is a food crop, and also our rice is a fruit crop. So we are hoping that yes, maybe we can just go through the field trials and may have a product, technology or product that can not only solve the rice arsenic problem, but solve a great societal problem, which is very important at the present hour. So this is all about my, this story. But apart from that, there are some ongoing research work is going on in my lab. That is how arsenic transported to the endosperm of rice seed, because we don't know. If we know, then we can, using the genome editing method, we can just silence that particular transporter and not to allow arsenic to go into the grain, because as you know that genome editing is now considered as a natural mutant. So the SDN1 and SDN2 is not going through the scrutiny. So they can be directly you can plant directly into the soil. So that is a technology we want to develop. Also, as I said, that we want to try to find out that minor QTLs, if there is, that regulate the grain arsenic level, so that we can go for the molecular breeding program. Then editing of certain transporters, I already told that editing is one of the approach we can do. Similarly, some of the beneficial microbes, PGPers, they have the ability to reduce the arsenic into the methyl form. So can we use those microbes to reduce the arsenic during the rice growth? I mean, this is also another agronomic practices which we wanted to develop. And the next one is very interesting, because as you know that arsenate is a phosphate analog, and phosphate is the backbone of DNA. So do you think that arsenic may interfere with the DNA structure? And there are some reports and also we found that when we did the XRF maps, that this is the phosphate and this is the arsenic. And when we just co-localize, we find that they both co-localize, indicating they must interfere with the arsenic. So how they interfere and how the DNA structure is modified. So this is very interesting topic for the fundamental research. So these are all the areas I think one can do their research. And I hope that my lecture will benefit you to plan some of the good research for those who are participating. And I really thanks for listening with great patience after lunch, because after lunch, you know, it's always a dizziness coming. So thank you again, and thank you very much.
Sir, it is our privilege, like you have delivered such a nice lecture on arsenic toxicity, and it is a need of hour for everyone to know what is it and how we can reduce further it. And your lab is doing immense good work, sir. Congratulations, first of all. And you are doing very well, sir. And we are very proud that you are here for and telling very fruitful lecture, and we are getting so much knowledge on arsenic toxicity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. Thank you.
It's our pleasure, sir. Sir, there are few questions in the chat box. One question is posted by Pallavi. What are the aspects of the microbial removal of arsenic from contaminated sources?
Okay, what are the aspects of the microbial removal of arsenic from contaminated sources? Of the microbial removal of sources. There are a lot. There are a lot. I mean, this is the one area which is actually unexplored, and we are working on that. Because as you know, as I told you that there are some PGPers, they are having the ability to detoxify arsenic. I mean, maybe they change the arsenic form into inorganic form or change into other forms. So yes, this is a quite good technology per se, I will say, but you need to pinpoint those microbial which is beneficial for the plants or for the environment, because there are several microbes which is pathogenic in nature. So you need to very focus that your microbes are beneficial in nature, maybe have a PGPR activities. So then you can obviously, it's a good aspects for doing research on this aspect. Yes, it is.
Thanks for answer, sir. Another question is, sir, what is the arsenic concentration in the blood of humans chronically exposed?
Which one? Apart from groundwater extraction? No.
Yes, sir. In blood of humans. Sir, there is any concentration of arsenic?
Yes, it is 1 microgram per liter of blood is actually reported is normal, but more than that, it is very toxic. WHO already have that guidelines. I mean, one can go to the WHO website and they can find all the guidelines regarding this arsenic toxicity.
Sir, another question is that, sir, students are so much eager to asking so many questions.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
Sir, apart from excessive groundwater extraction, is there any other reason or method for arsenic pollution in soil? For example, pesticide, etc. It's pasted in chat box, sir.
Apart from excessive groundwater extraction, is there any other reason, method for arsenic pollution in soil? Look, this is a you have a very good question. You need to know that how actually arsenic is getting polluted in soil. In 1980s, there was a cholera outbreak. And the cholera outbreak, that time cholera outbreak was because of the drinking water from the surface. I mean, surface water was the source for the drinking water. So cholera outbreak was there from that particular surface. Then came UNICEF. When UNICEF came to our country as well as in Bangladesh, what they suggest that don't drink surface water. You just have water from the aquifers. So people indiscriminately dig the tube well and they don't, make the quality measurement of the water of the aquifers. They just drink from that particular tube wells. And those tube wells, those aquifers are totally contaminated with the arsenic because the arsenopyrite is there. And when you just dig a well, what you are doing, it's a basically chemistry. If you are digging a well, you are just making them to expose into the oxygen. And so there will be a dissolution of oxidative reduction, and that leads to leaching of arsenic into the aquifers. And all the aquifers getting contaminated and all the tube wells are getting contaminated. And those tube wells are used not only for drinking water, but they are used for the irrigation purpose. So that's the reason that a whole region getting contaminated. And that is the only reason that is getting pollution. But other from the industry or other thing, there are very few reports. And that is not, I think, in India or in Bangladesh is a reason for the pollution in soil. This is because of the groundwater, which is being used as a drinking water or used as a irrigation water. I think I can make myself clear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, there is one important question also. Do we have any arsenic resistance rice species in India?
Yes, I told you that we try to find out that what are the rice varieties that accumulated low arsenic or resistance against arsenic. And I gave you one example, that is Muktasri. We got Muktasri, which is actually having very low accumulating variety as well as resistance. But the resistance is not a very, if you compare the two resistant varieties, the mechanism is not same. Some having vacuolar sequestration, or some are having extrusion pump. So they are having a very different mechanism to reduce the arsenic level in their particular plant. That's why we could not try to figure out that this is maybe a QTL or this is maybe a region. I can just go for the molecular breeding program. So that is the problem. But yes, we have some varieties that is resistance against arsenic. But the problem is as you know that I mean, if a farmer is cultivating a particular rice, for example, Sarna or other varieties, and if you ask him that, okay, don't grow Sarna, you grow our variety, he will not be very much happy, because those variety giving him higher yield or something like that. So he will not, convinced with our idea that this variety gives you arsenic-free rice, so you grow it. Because this is not that much of high yielding, and this is aromatic in nature. As you know that in Bihar or in West Bengal, people, though they don't like aromatic rice for day-to-day food. Aromatic rice is good for biryani, it's okay. But you cannot eat biryani every day. So that is the problem. So you cannot convince the farmer. So you need to have a technology. That technology gives you the freedom to incorporate into the local varieties so that they can choose their variety of their own. So that's why we just entered into that transgenic business. That is the reason. But yes, we have some varieties.
Thank you, sir. Sir, there is a last question. What can be the urgent initiative for government for mitigating arsenic pollution from India?
Yes, it's a very good question. And firstly, there should be a technology not to drink water from the groundwater. Because you know, in West Bengal, in Bihar, especially those areas have lot of water bodies, and there are lot of rivers. So you can have that water and then purify it and then supply to every household. This is the first immediate priority they should do. Stop digging tube wells. Don't do that. And if you do that, then those water can be used for the irrigation purpose. And slowly, you can just reduce the arsenic problem from the society. So this is the first step, because instead of going for the arsenic filters, because it's not very cost effective, I'm telling you, it's not cost effective. And it's very difficult to maintain also. In the village, in Gaon, how can you just change every time after 3 months or something like that? It's not very easy. So you just make sure that the surface water can be used as a drinking water as well as the irrigation water, because surface water is not contaminated, because it is rainwater. Because in Bihar and West Bengal, the rain is heavy during the monsoon. So it is not contaminated. So that should be the priority, in my opinion.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. You have given so many answers and your knowledge is so immense. We are very blessed to have you with us. Thanks a lot, sir. And next time also hope that we can see you on this platform of MIT. Thank you, sir.
But Mama, next time in the offline mode.
Yeah, ma'am.
Next time we will invite the speaker from.
Yeah, ma'am. That's a good idea.
In the offline mode. Thank you, Devashish sir, for giving such in-depth knowledge regarding the impact of the arsenic in the crop production. No doubt, this knowledge is very helpful for our students, but also for our research scholar, because in our department, few students are working on these parameters. It will be very helpful knowledge for these students. Thank you so much, sir. And most importantly, very patiently give the answer of all these questions, 4 to 5 questions, sir.
No, it's my pleasure. I really enjoyed this type of gathering, and really I wanted to actually give, it's a problem. Yes. So if you are not addressing the problem, people will not know.
Yes.
So it's a good platform that I can, yes, next time I will be in offline.
Offline
I
mode,
already
sir.
did it too online. I think.
But the third will be the offline mode, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. sir.
Okay,
you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Moving ahead, sir.
Yeah.
The pollution or the environmental health is an interdisciplinary and a customizable approach to the healthcare that allows organizations to connect practice to the policy and enact change locally. This approach utilizes non-traditional partnership among different sectors of the community, public health, industry, academia, healthcare, local government entities, etc., to achieve positive health outcomes. Population health and pollution bring significant health concern into focus and addresses ways that resources can be allocated to overcome the problem that drives poor health conditions in the population. Rightly said by the Jim Elliott, birds are extremely valued as indicators of overall environmental health and environmental pollution. If there is a problem in the wild population of the bird or wild species, it is indicative that something went wrong. Now, moving ahead with our next esteemed speaker for today's session, Dr. Vikas Srivastav sir, who's a scientist who worked with the CSIR, Indian Institute of Toxicology Research, Lucknow. Dr. Vikas Srivastav's labs is currently working on identifying the gene regulatory mechanism of the prenatal toxicant exposures and adult developmental abnormalities, including adult onset diseases like cancer, fibrosis of kidney, and colon. They are also developing in vitro models for the developmental and adult nephrotoxicity and developing early biomarkers for different abnormalities. His academia background includes postdoctorate from the Immunology Research Group, University of Calgary, Canada, Doctor of Philosophy in Life Science from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. He is a recipient of many fellowship and awards like TTS Mentor-Mentee Award, Young Investigator Award, CST Fitz Award, CAG-CIHR AstraZeneca Research Initiative Award, Dhar Best Thesis Award, CBRI Award, CSIR UGC Net Fellowship, MP SLET. He is an active membership as a life member of Environmental Mutagen Society of India. He got many grants in Emerging Health Research, Team Grant, NanoShe, In-Depth, DBT Young Investigator Grant in Cancer Biology, DBT NER Twinning Project, DST, SERB, EMR projects. He has many publications in various national and international fames. We welcome you all sir, on the Amity platform. Before we begin this session, as a culture of Amity University, as a tradition, we would like to felicitate our guest with virtual Tussli sapling, which symbolizes the prosperity and the lifelong relationship, friendship, and spatial bonding forever. Now I request the team to please play the felicitation video. Dr. Richard Ravinhagar is presenting felicitation video to Dr. Vikas. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you. In conjunction to what Dr. Mufti said, I would like to say a few words about Dr. Vikas. Dr. Vikas, as you have said rightly, had a vast experience in the field of molecular toxicology. Above all, he is a great human being. He is ready to serve the society, including the pet, and whenever there is an opportunity, he tries to save the life of the injured pets wherever he finds. Moreover, I would like to say his experience of University of Calgary, Canada at Central Drug Research Institute is marvelous. He is accompanying me and the regulatory toxicology also, beside his work in system toxicology. He is looking after the quality assurance of the good laboratory practices, the project which we take from the sponsored and consultancy groups, and it is a regular feature. He has been strengthening the capacity at the different fronts. And moreover, the earlier speaker, Devashish, I will again like to compliment. He has wonderfully said about arsenic. The arsenic is a critical aspect. When we say about the arsenic, if I remember about 3 decades back, when I went to Midnapur, West Bengal, the issue was starting in that phase. Today, in various parts of the country as well as in the world, we find the issues of fluoride, nitrate, arsenic. So they are interrelated, and we should not think as a scientist focus on one particular element or one particular material, but we should think water, how we can make safe water. Today we have a molecular toxicologist, Dr. Vikas. He will be explaining to us, make us more confident on the path of environmental pollution and kidney diseases, understanding the cellular and molecular basis. Just 2 days back, there was an article in Times of India which was referring about the gallbladder, cancer, stones, and arsenic. So you can understand how the things are complex. If we really understand at the molecular level, it will enrich us, it will strengthen, and it will also focus that what can be the new areas of R&D. So with these words, I add to Dr. Mufti, Dr. Renu, and all the MET personals, and invite with a clap from all the round to have the wonderful deliberation by Dr. Vikas Srivastava. Now on to you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Dr. Devashish talked about how arsenic could be removed, or arsenic remediation could be done through plants, rice basically. So my talk will be mostly on, let me share. So is it visible?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay, so
can you hear it in the full screen mode?
Just a second. Is it?
Thank you. Yes, sir. It's there. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation. And my talk, as I said, will be on how arsenic affects us, basically. How exposure to arsenic affects adversely, has adverse health effects, as Dr. Sharma also told about cancers. Besides cancers, arsenic is now being associated with different other chronic diseases. Mostly kidney disease, even diabetes also is being associated with arsenic, and cancers are well known with arsenic exposure. So our lab basically works on understanding how these changes or ill effects are coming up, and then suggesting what could be the mitigation measures. So mitigation measures, we basically focus on dietary nutritional interventions. So when we understand what could be how they are acting or how they are causing toxicity, then we also have different aspects, what we can give to people who are exposed to arsenic to reduce the toxicity and ill effects. Those also I will be suggesting. So as it is a part training program, so I will also be, and I see most of the students also are attending. So I will keep my lecture a bit more according to training sort of thing. So whatever I deal with, I will try to tell the basics also about how this technique works or how we go around this thing. So as was discussed, environment, epigenetics, and genetics play they interact together throughout the life of an individual to affect how different diseases will take place and how different diseases will manifest in the individual. So environment doesn't just include the air, water, soil, it also includes our diet, what we are eating, how active we are, how we respond to general stimulus, exposure to pollutants, and exposure to other toxicants. These affect our system basically at the genomic level. So genomic level, when they affect the system, then they cause changes in the genome sequence also. But other than the genome, they also can affect epigenomic sequences. So epigenome basically refers to changes which are not in the DNA sequence, but they are above the DNA, on the DNA sequence, and these changes could be heritable. Now, earlier it was believed that they are not heritable, but now it has been shown that these changes can be heritable. and they can be heritable throughout the next generation. And these are very subtle changes, not like the genomic changes. They are very small, subtle changes, but they have long-term effects, and these effects can be manifested in form of kidney diseases or cancers or diabetes or neurological disorders in the later stage of life. So our lab basically works on understanding the developmental origin of health and disease. So what does that mean is basically how early life exposure could lead to later stage chronic diseases. So if there is we basically focus on developmental toxicology. So what that basically means is what is the effect of exposure to mothers, pregnant mothers. How pregnant mothers, if they are exposed to any environmental pollutant, toxicant, how that could affect the imprint. I will talk about in details about the imprint as we go around, how they can change the genomic, epigenomic imprint and lead to a risk phenotype. So risk phenotype means there is changes in the metabolism of the person, individual. There are heightened level of inflammation, and then this risk phenotype slowly can lead to adult onset diseases. Chronic kidney disease is one of those adult onset diseases on which I will be focusing here. So we basically try to see what are the changes in epigenomic imprints caused by prenatal exposure to the mother, and how the progeny manifests, how it manifests in the progeny in forms of adult onset diseases, basically kidney diseases. So by identifying these mechanisms, we can predict the risk. We can identify. We are also working in exposed areas. So arsenic is one of our primary focus these days. So we are also working in West Bengal, collaborating with West Bengal to see how we can use our research information to predict the risk, whether a person has a change in imprint which is associated with adult onset disease. So I don't know if many of students are aware with the details, so I will just give a brief about what is epigenetics. So epigenetics basically deals with a mechanism which regulates gene at the non-sequence level. So it is independent of changes in the DNA sequence. It can turn on and off gene expression. It can change the cell fate. It can change the cell function. It can change the function of the tissue or organ involved. And these epigenetic changes could lead to a defective disease, defective tissue, defective organ function, and a disease phenotype. So epigenetics is regulated at the multiple levels. So there are multiple levels which can be classified as writers, erasers, and readers. So there are enzymes which write the epigenetic code in response to an external stimulus, environment stimulus. There are erasers, basically they are enzymes which erase the epigenetic code or which can modify the epigenetic code, and then there are enzymes which read the epigenetic code to decide how the cell will respond to a signal or a code. So the code has two major sequences, two major you can say arms. One is a DNA methylation code and one is the histone modification codes. Besides, there are also non-DNA directly related non-coding RNAs also, which also are classified broadly as an epigenetic code. So DNA methylation refers to changes in the sequence methylation state. So the basically CPGs, the cytosines are methylated at the 5 end of cytosine, lysine is methylated, lysine is methylated, and this methylation causes changes in how it will respond to external stimulus, regulators, transcription factors, as I will deal with here. Then there are histone modifications. So histones are basically proteins which are bound to DNA to form nucleosome complexes. So histones, there are multiple histones proteins, and they have basically the modifications are in their tails. So histone tails are modified through epigenetic mechanisms, and these histone modifications decide how they will interact, how the DNA will be constricted or relaxed, and how different transcription factors and regulators will act on these histone tails. So then there are non-coding RNAs. I won't go into detail. There is another mechanism of action. How RNAs which don't code for the sequences, so they don't code for the proteins basically, but they have a very important regulatory role. So in this comes microRNAs, siRNAs, so those interfering RNAs. So these type of, then there are long non-coding RNAs. So there are different RNAs which are clubbed together which don't code for any protein. So they have an essential function as regulators. So as you can see here, so there is an active chromatin and there is an inactive chromatin. Chromatin is a DNA protein complex basically. So active chromatin is a chromatin which is a bit relaxed. It has histone modifications, as you can see, AC acetylations. One of the histone modifications which relaxes chromatin. Then there is TF, that is a transcription factor. So when there is an active chromatin, it is a relaxed chromatin. It has histone modifications which help in binding of transcription factors. Then as you can see at the transcription factor, and then what you see is P, that is a promoter region. So transcription factor can bind to the promoter region. Then there is a gene which has exons and introns. And as you can see in an active chromatin, relaxed chromatin binding of transcription factor at the promoter region leads to transcription. Transcription means transcription of mRNA, messenger RNA. And this messenger RNA can further be translated into protein in the cellular machinery. Their microRNAs and other non-coding RNAs can act on this mRNA to regulate this gene synthesis or gene expression at a different level. Then there is an inactive chromatin, as you see in the lower figure. So the chromatin is not relaxed. It has histone modifications which do not permit binding of the transcription factor TF. Then in the gene, in the DNA sequence, they have methylations, as I talked about DNA methylations. So methylations which also inhibit the binding of transcription factors. So overall, these histone modifications, condensed chromatin, and the promoter methylations lead to inhibition of transcription, and there is no synthesis of mRNA and protein. So this is an inactive chromatin which doesn't synthesize protein. So in these two simple mechanisms are governed at different level, epigenetic level, to regulate gene transcription and how this gene, there are essential genes, there are non-essential genes. So there are constitutively expressed genes, there are genes which are not expressed constitutively. So these help in regulating how the cell will respond. What will the fate of the cell? It will become diseased or it will be a healthy cell. So as you can see here, there are multiple toxicants and there are multiple diseases. So different environmental toxicants means they have been associated with some disease phenotype. So you can see these are one of some few which are highly associated with disease phenotypes, and the diseases may range from starting from birth weight of a progeny to heart diseases, hypertension, obesity, type 2 diabetes, and cancers, different types of cancers. So today I will be focusing on kidney disease basically. So how environmental toxicants, particularly I will be focusing on arsenic exposure, how it can affect the kidney disease phenotype and lead to chronic kidney disease. So this is a world map of chronic kidney disease, which shows DALYs. This is a disease associated disability associated life years. So basically, how many life years are lost due to kidney diseases worldwide? This is the figure. So you can see yellow. India is in the yellow zone. Africa is in the yellow zone. This is very high rate of disease disability associated life years lost due to kidney diseases. So this is a Lancet study, and there are different studies in India which show that up to 17% of the Indian population has some stage of kidney disease. And the environmental pollutants basically are very strongly linked to kidney disease. Other than hypertension and diabetes, there are multiple environmental pollutants, especially heavy metals and pesticides, which are said to cause or promote kidney disease phenotype. So, as I said, fine particulate matter. Fine particulate matter basically PM, what we hear these days, air pollution. So these fine particulate matters, they have been linked in epidemiological studies with increased incidence of kidney diseases. Then there are heavy metals, arsenic, mercury, lead, cadmium, phthalates, which are involved in plastics, BPA, which is a plasticide. There are different pesticides. They all have been associated with increase of kidney diseases. So today I will be focusing on how kidneys function and how these environmental pollutants, particularly arsenic, affect kidney disease. So kidneys are thought to have a primarily excretory role. So basically it is believed that they detoxify the blood, remove the waste product. But other than that, they also regulate multiple hormones. Calcitron is one of the hormone which is involved in calcium uptake. So if you have kidney problem, then you will have bone problem. If you have renin-angiotensin system, which regulates blood pressure and electrolyte balance. So if you have problem in the kidney, then your blood pressure will also be affected. So then there you have erythropoietin, which synthesizes, which stimulates the synthesis of red blood cells, RBCs. So if you have kidney problems, then your red blood cell count may decrease. So if you have some injury or damaged wound, then it won't heal because you need RBCs there. Then kidneys also regulate vitamin D production. They also regulate prostaglandins. They are basically hormones which regulate inflammation and homeostasis. So as you can see, kidney has a multiple role. Other than detoxifying, it also has a very important role in maintaining electrolyte and hormone balance throughout the body. So when the kidneys are affected, the electrolyte and hormone balance is strongly affected. So what you see now is the podocyte. Podocyte is the primary cell which filters the blood. So podocytes, as you can see in the figure, they form food processes which filter the blood to remove waste product and reabsorb all the essential nutrients. So whenever there is problem with the kidney, when we do mechanistic studies, we focus on how they affect podocytes. Podocytes are in the glomerulus region. You can see here, kidney ka functional unit is a nephron. You must have read these about. And nephron has a filtration unit which is called glomerulus. So glomerulus filtration is regulated through podocytes. So podocytes are the cells which regulate filtration to the blood filtration through the glomerulus. And then this blood goes into proximal tubules where it is reabsorbed. The essential nutrients are reabsorbed and the waste goes into distal convoluted tubule and is secreted out in the form of urine. So if there is problem with the filtration, then you will have problem in the kidney, multiple types of issues with the kidney. So you hear about how someone has proteinuria. So if there is problem with the filtration, then you will have albumin or protein in the urine. If you have problem with the filtration, then you will have multiple uric acid and other salts in the urine which shouldn't be there, which are normally reabsorbed, they will be there in the urine. And then you will have things which should be filtered, they will increase in the blood. So you will have increase in the blood urea, nitrogen and other factors in the blood. So when we study mechanistically, we focus on how podocyte function is affected by any insult or any stress. So now I will go to our research, how we do our research. So our animal model systems we work on. So how exposure of arsenic, here I will just give you a brief about how arsenic affects kidney and what is the mechanistic basis, how we can understand the mechanism. So how arsenic exposure to mothers can affect the progeny in terms of progression of kidney disease. So we have an animal house here and we have animal systems, animal model systems here. So what we do is we have pregnant mice here, which we expose to arsenic to replicate the conditions which we see in human epidemiological studies. So mothers are exposed to arsenic. So we try to see if pregnant mice are exposed to arsenic, what happens to their progeny, the offsprings born to the pregnant mice who were exposed to arsenic exposure. So we expose the mice, pregnant mothers to arsenic, and then we have the progeny, which we study to see what are the effects in this progeny in terms of kidney diseases. So this is how a normal kidney looks when we have a cross section. So this is common for mouse and human. Mouse is very close to human physiology, one of the closest which can study human physiology. So mouse and human, whenever you have a biopsy, you say, or a histopathological examination, so this is how it appears. You can see the glomerulus region, the round region, You can see glomerulus, there is afferent arteriole, there is afferent arteriole, then there are different types of cells of the kidney, proximal tubule. So by section and by shape and size, you can identify what type of cells are there and what type of cells are being affected. So this is one of the results. I will go straight to results, and what we got when we exposed the mothers to arsenic, pregnant mothers to arsenic, and when we had pups, we analyzed their kidney when they became adults. So adult progeny was analyzed. What could be the effect of prenatal arsenic exposure on the kidney function? So you can see there is a control and there is an arsenic exposed section of the kidney of the arsenic exposed animal. So as you can see, there is a lot of damage in arsenic exposed kidney, and you see in the lower region, this is a picroserous red staining. So picroserous red staining is basically for fibrosis. So fibrosis is what we call scarring. So scarring, what is happened when you have injury on the skin or any tissue, then you have body tries to stop that blood flow or injury and seal that injury by scarring. So you see a scar. So fibrosis is an internal scarring. What you see here is an internal scarring. So when mothers were exposed to arsenic, the progeny in the kidney, they had internal scarring, which is called fibrosis. So they had renal fibrosis. The renal fibrosis means the scarring slowly leads to loss of function. So the kidney tissues or the portion of the kidney where there is scarring, they will stop to function. So when they stop to function, the blood filtration will be affected, and you will have different problems associated with kidney, and slowly kidney will progress towards damage or what we call end stage renal disease. So the last stage of kidney fibrosis, when there is scarring, it leads to end stage renal disease when they have no other option but to transplant or go for dialysis. So in these animals, what we are seeing is, if your mothers are exposed to arsenic, there is a chance that the progeny will develop kidney damage. So in these experiments, we don't see any end stage renal disease, but there is kidney damage and there is a loss of function. So if we leave these for maybe a year, 1 or 2 years, then it will lead to complete failure of kidney. So this is what I was talking about, the podocytes. So you can see P2, what you see, these are the podocytes. So they form the filtration apparatus of the kidney. So you see the podocytes P2 in the control, they are uniform. There you can see this is an electron microscopy, transmission electron microscopy in it. You can see small pores through which the filtration takes place. Blood is filtered into the glomerulus. When you see in the arsenic exposed animals, the progeny, you see the podocytes are very irregular. Some are very big, some are damaged, some are lost, completely lost. So the podocyte layer, the basement membrane of the glomerulus, is damaged or irregular. This is one of the primary features we see. So when podocytes are irregular or damaged, then what you see is the next stage is that there is effect in the kidney filtration. When there is effect in the kidney filtration, then you will see all the issues I talked about associated with kidney. So you will start to see blood pressure, frequent changes or fluctuations in blood pressure. That is one of the important things you will see. You will have swelling throughout the body, because when the kidney don't filter blood properly, then there is fluid accumulation. So you will have swelling throughout the body. You will have neurological problems because electrolyte balance will be affected. So you will have neurological issues. Hypertension will be very fluctuating, as I said about, and slowly there will be problems with multiple organs. So they start when there is problem with the kidney filtration. So what we observed that in arsenic exposed progeny, their glomerular podocytes are affected and kidney filtration is affected, and it may lead to different issues, chronic issues with the kidney. This is just a staining, immunofluorescence staining of the glomerulus region of the kidney, and you can see the green, what you see is a podocyte stain. Podocin is a podocyte stain. So you can see as compared to control, there you see this, the lower one is the magnification. The podocytes are very regular and your staining is very continuous, which shows that podocytes are functioning properly, the filtration is okay. If you see on the right side, you see that podocytes are irregular. So basically, irregular podocyte means that they are damaged. So damaged podocytes lead to damaged filtration and loss of kidney function. So what we have seen till now is that arsenic exposure to mothers, rat, mouse are very close to humans. So what we see when we study any physiology, then you can't do anything in humans directly. So you have to go into a model system. And arsenic is a animal. Mouse and rat are very good model system to replicate or see what is happening, what could be happening in human systems. So when we expose prenatal mothers, pregnant mouse mothers to arsenic, what we see is that the progeny has inflammation, very high inflammation. There are multiple genes. These genes, TGF beta, TNF alpha, MI2 alpha, these are all associated with inflammation and damage. So they are cytokines or inflammatory cytokines which have been known, which are known to cause increased inflammation and inflammation associated tissue damage. Then this was later when we observed them at 38 weeks, as I told, there was an increase in urine protein levels. There was damage in the glomerulus. There was damage in the filtration, as I showed, podocyte. There was increase in the kidney toxicity markers. And this led to progression towards kidney loss, chronic kidney disease. So what we could model in these animals is that prenatal exposure to arsenic could promote factors which may lead to kidney disease. This is already being seen in human systems, human epidemiological studies, but there is no mechanistic basis how it may be happening, because in humans there are so many factors involved, you can't say one thing is causing what or what. In animal model, you can very clearly show. So what we are showing, what will happening in how this could be causing kidney disease in human systems or human population. Then we went on to understand how are we finding the same factors in human population. So this is blood of the arsenic exposed. We collected this from Murshidabad areas in West Bengal. It is a very high level of arsenic exposure in those areas. And those same factors we found in mouse, TGF beta, IL-8, KIM1, we could see TNF alpha, we could see in the human population also. So basically our model was replicating the same thing what we see in human population. So then we went on to see what could be the mechanism, how prenatal exposure could be causing these changes which are leading to kidney disease. So we focused on TGF beta and TNF IL-8 at this stage. I will be showing some studies, how we study or analyze the mechanism behind this expression or overregulation, how epigenetic mechanisms work through it. So TGF beta is regulated by many of the genes epigenetically are regulated by polycomb and triphorase group of proteins. So they are regulators of gene expression. So polycomb basically when they bind on the promoter region, gene promoter, then they cause gene repression basically. And when triphorase group of proteins bind on the gene, they cause gene activation. So if there is an increase in polycomb group protein, there will be repression. And when there is increase in triphorase group protein, there will be activation. So this, I will want to go into this. So we have done analysis of the polycomb group of proteins at this stage. So they are proteins which we bind to DNA, they cause depression of gene expression. So this is one of the assays we used, chromatin immunoprecipitation. So by this assay, we can analyze if a protein is binding to a DNA factor, and by binding to DNA, is it causing activation or repression? So due to lack of time, I won't go into detail. So basically, chromatin immunoprecipitation shows if a protein is bound to DNA or is it not bound to DNA. So if protein is bound to DNA, then it will cause repression. If a repressive protein is bound, and if it is not bound to, it will cause activation. So when we analyzed the binding of repressive proteins on these genes, which we had identified in human population and in animal model, which were responsible for in arsenic exposed individuals, we found that the repressive proteins were decreased. So decrease in repressive protein on this gene means, gene promoter means this gene is hyperactive. So here also different regions of the gene were analyzed, and all we found that the repressive protein binding, which regulates gene expression, was low. So basically, then we analyzed multiple genes which were found to be highly expressed in arsenic exposed progeny offsprings, and many of those they had a decreased binding of repressive protein. So when mothers were exposed to arsenic, there was epigenetic change which led to decreased binding of this repressive protein on these genes, and which led to their expression, very high expression of these inflammatory genes, TGF-beta in this case, and that led to fibrosis, kidney fibrosis and damage to kidney. So this is at different time points we did the analysis of repressive proteins. Another gene also we analyzed by DNA methylation and chromatin immunoprecipitation. Here also what we find, what you see in the first figure, ChIP-A and ChIP-B, this is an activating protein. So what you see in red is an arsenic exposed group, and you see activating protein is highly bound. So increase in activating protein and decrease in repressive protein was a common factor. We sequenced the genome for interleukin 8, and the genome has methylation changes. So you can see the normal sequence at the original sequence is CG, 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 and then there is a technique, DNA methylation analysis by bisulfite conversion, and when you sequence this, you can see that there is change in DNA methylation stage. So there was change in methylation, so loss of methylation and increased binding of activating protein and decreased binding of repressive protein was causing the persistent activation of these genes. So this is what we analyzed mechanistically, and we could prove this, that how different proteins are acting when arsenic is given to mothers to cause these changes in the progeny, and these changes lead to kidney diseases in the offspring. So now we have done animal studies. We have identified multiple mechanisms how arsenic is causing toxicity in terms of kidney disease. We have validated our findings in human studies. So we collected from arsenic exposed areas, and now we are working on different nutritional interventions. So we have tried multiple interventions, how we could give nutritional supplements to mothers and reduce this toxicity. So if we could reduce this epigenetic change, reverse this detrimental epigenetic change, we could reverse the toxicity of arsenic and reduce the incidence of cancer, diabetes, kidney diseases, because all are related. As you will study mechanistically, you will find all are very closely related to each other. So thank you very much, and I hope I was able to make my presentation in a way which you could understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a great learning and insightful thought. Indeed, all the participants has been benefit for this insightful lecture on heavy metal toxicity, epigenetic arsenic toxicity, which link with the various lifestyle disorders, lactating mothers, fibrosis, oncology, and kidney diseases and disorder, which you relate with arsenic pollution is of immense knowledge. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, there is some few questions.
Sure.
Sir, first question is, what are the latest technologies available to treat water containing arsenic?
There are multiple chemical methods to remove arsenic. So as Dr. Devashish also told, so there are filtration plants which use different technologies. So adsorption technology, exchange technology to remove arsenic from water. But all those technologies have a cost. So those can be used for drinking water, but they can't be used for field water. So because field water is too much, what we irrigate our crops, we can't remove arsenic from the field because it's so highly prevalent. It's the 19th most common element in the earth. So those work for drinking water. So filtration, chemical filtration technologies, they work for drinking water. Now research is on, as Dr. Devashish told, on making plants resistant to arsenic. So they don't accumulate arsenic. Then there are technologies which use bacteria. Different bioremediation methods are being used. So we are also working on some of the bacterial remediation methods. So where you add some bacteria to the water. Water means water in the fields, and they can volatilize arsenic. Volatilize means arsenic has multiple forms. So there is one form of arsenic is a volatile form. So if you can change arsenic into that form, it will evaporate into environment. So it won't be there in the water anymore. So there are multiple groups working on volatilization of arsenic. So if we could completely evaporate or remove arsenic from the water. So these are most of the methods which are used. So filtration method, bacterial remediation, and then there is a plant method where they are accumulating arsenic or low accumulating varieties that develop.
Thank you so much, sir, for answering this question. Sir, there is one question in our chat box, which is posted by Dr. Shivangi. According to you, what could be the reason of arsenic resistance after long-term arsenic exposure as observed in certain Argentinian population near Andes, which are seen to have a unique arsenic metabolism with effective methylation and excretion of monomethylated metabolite? So it's pasted in that box.
Yeah. So first thing is, if you excrete monomethylated arsenic, it means your arsenic metabolism is incomplete. So arsenic, when it goes into the body, then there are bacteria, gut bacteria, which methylated, and then there are enzymes, arsenic methyltransferase enzymes, which methylated. So the metabolism of body is such that it converts into methylated form, monomethyl arsenic and dimethyl arsenic. And dimethyl arsenic is the one which is excreted out. So if you are excreting monomethyl arsenic, then it means you are excreting arsenic without it detoxifying. So normally, as per as my knowledge, when you have a very good diet or you have a very active arsenic methyltransferase enzyme, so arsenic methyltransferase enzyme activity varies with the individual and with the population. So some populations have a very good arsenic methyltransferase enzyme activity. So they can detoxify their blood and they have less arsenic toxicity. If you have a very good diet has high methyl, like folic acid rich diet, or a diet which is rich in folate, then you will have very less arsenic toxicity because it will be methylated into dimethyl arsenic, monomethyl, and that it will be excreted from the urine. So only when you have less arsenic methyltransferase activity or a very good bad diet, like in people who are arsenic prone or ill effects of arsenic are seen in poor population, not in a healthy population. In poor population, we see more effect of arsenic because their diet is deficient in high methyl food. So that is maybe one of the reasons why some people are very good in reducing arsenic, but some people accumulate it and cause toxicity.
Thanks for answering, sir, in a proper way. And I hope so every participant is now getting what is it and how we can reduce arsenic toxicity. Sir, there is one more question. Is over fertilization of agricultural land responsible for arsenic leaching?
No. Arsenic has nothing to do with fertilization. Arsenic has to do with water. So arsenic is naturally present in the soil, in the rocks, basically, not in the soil, but in the rocks. So when rocks are exposed to water and air, it becomes bioavailable. So as Dr. Devashish was also telling, when you dig wells, deep wells, then they come in contact with rocks which already have arsenic in them, but that is bound arsenic. So, but when you add water, the water reaches there, the deep wells, and air is there, oxygen is there. So in the presence of air and water, it becomes soluble in water, and then it comes into the water. So that is the major mechanism how arsenic is coming in, not by pesticides, but through leaching from the rocks.
Thank you so much, sir. Last question is, does the toxicity of arsenic contaminated groundwater depends on arsenic speciation, whether arsenic 3rd or arsenic 5th?
Yeah. Arsenic 3rd is more toxic than arsenic 5th. So if trivalent arsenic, what we call arsenic 3rd, that is the toxic form. Arsenic 5 is also toxic, although it is less toxic. So trivalent arsenic is more toxic. It is established, well established.
Thank you, sir. Sir, your lecture was so insightful and very like lifestyle disorder, how you beautifully relate with it. Like in every family, we can see there are patients of diabetes, lifestyle disorder like blood pressure, and you like how beautifully you related with the kidney problem. Like nowadays, it is so much important for us to know about the arsenic toxicity. Thanks for sharing your immense knowledge with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And sir, hope to see you too on offline.
Sure. Definitely.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Moving ahead with the quotation of the Evo Morales, what she said, sooner or later, we will have to recognize that the earth has right to live without pollution. What mankind must know is that the human beings cannot live without Mother Earth, but the planet can live without humans. Be a part of solution, not the pollution. Now, moving ahead, I humbly invite our next esteemed speaker, Dr. Juhi Gupta, madam. She is with us right now. Welcome, madam, on Amity platform.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Juhi Gupta is a passionate environmentalist. Ma'am, we want to introduce you first. Good to see you, ma'am. Dr. Juhi Gupta is a passionate environmentalist. Her area of interest include environmental microbiology, next generation sequencing, bioremediation, molecular biology, and cell culture. Her PhD was completed at my alma mater also, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, in a similar domain. She backed with multiple scholarships during her research tenure, including the prestigious Fulbright Doctoral Research Award. Today, she is going to provide hands-on training in microbial phylogenetic analysis. This would be a valuable insight into our environmental management and safety, which can ultimately save human population. Before we begin this lecture, ma'am, as a culture of Amity University, as a tradition, we would like to felicitate you, ma'am, with a Tulsi sapling, which is virtually given and which symbolizes the prosperity and lifelong relationship, friendship, and bonding forever. Now, Dr. Karthikeya Shukla sir is presenting Tulsi sapling to the ma'am. Ma'am, thanks for coming. Now I request the ma'am to deliver the lecture on the environmental pollutants, health risk, and its management. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for a very warm welcome, and you've said a lot about me as well. So yeah, just not wasting much time, I would like to initiate that what are we going to learn today. So may I just start by sharing my screen and let me know if it is visible, right?
Sure. As ma'am is taking some time, I want to say some few words about the environmental pollution. Environmental pollution is reaching worrying proportionally worldwide. Urbanization and industrialization, along with the economic development, have led to increase in energy consumption and waste discharges. The global environmental pollution includes and properly includes also greenhouse gases emission, acid deposition, as well as the water pollution, waste management, which is considered as the international public health problems, which should be investigated from multiple perspectives, include social, economic, legislation, environmental engineering systems, as well as the lifestyle habits, helping health promotion and strengthening environmental system to resist contamination. Renu, ma'am?
She's facing some net issue. Just give me 3 to 4 minutes.
No
Till
problem.
then, I request all the participants, if you have any question, any query, then please send in the chat box. Especially the research scholars. Because these are the very interactive sessions, the 5-day training program based on the environmental toxicology, its impacts, health impacts, and how we can protect us from all these side effects of the chemicals and the pesticides which we are using in the crop production in the day-to-day life. So I think all the scholars go through UG, PG students and the PhD scholars go through these subjects. And today we are getting the opportunity in collaboration with Indian Institute of Toxicology Research and under the guidance of Sharma sir, that we are honored to listen their words and their knowledge. So I request the candidates, all the participants, please, if you have any question, then please send your query. We are here to submit the answer of your queries.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, Juina, you're audible. I think you're facing some net issues.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, yeah, the entire laptop got shut down.
And all the participants are here for waiting for the hands-on training program. So without
I'm
wasting your
sharing
time,
the
please.
screen.
Yeah.
Let me know if it is visible this time. Is it?
No, right now it's showing static screen sharing. Yes, now please
No,
make
it
it
is
full screen mode.
Yeah, I will. Okay. So we've already lost 5 minutes. We'll try to make it up. We'll be discussing about a management strategy which is going to help you for your environmental health and safety. Starting off, why are we doing this? Just to give a glimpse about what are we going to do and why are we going to do this. There are a number of softwares, there are a number of techniques which we are already aware of that are helpful in solving the environment pollution problems or environmental issue problems. But as because of some time constraint, we are going to focus here only on one particular software. These softwares are specifically useful in identifying the different microbes which are isolated from different ecosystems. So ultimately, there's a line that I generally say while I'm teaching, that microbes are the wealth. They can make anything for you. They can make you fuel, they can make valuable bioproducts which are used in cosmetics, which are used in wastewater treatment. They can make biofuels for you. They can make n number of stuff for you. And which is why it is very essential to isolate the microbes which are novel, which are very like new to the environment, and then utilize them to their full potential. So this would finally, identifying such microbes and using them in your research is going to make things better. These are going to solve your issues. And also, obviously, we are going to use a microbe which is going to decrease the pollutant in one time at one particular go, and at the same time, it is going to give us a valuable product. So that is two-way benefits. So with softwares like this one that we are going to learn today, these can help to isolate certain microbes. This can help to identify certain microbes which are capable of multiple activities, including bioremediation, biovalorization, as goes by my domain expertise. So this is the software which is we are going to learn today. This is called as Mega. This software is useful for creating phylogenetic trees. These phylogenetic trees helps in tracing the evolutionary lineage of a particular microbe, that this particular microbe belong to this particular class, or this is closest to this particular other microbe, which is generally used as a reference. So how this is done, how this is helpful in our studies, we are going to do this. As this is a hands-on training, so everybody who is interested, even the faculties and definitely students, this is the link that is shown on your screen, and I can paste the same for in your chats as well. So yeah, I'll just copy this and paste in your chat. So we will start our training today. So everybody is requested to just open your laptops. It'll be very difficult to do this on a mobile phone. So yeah, everybody just use this link. It's pasted in the chat box. Open this link, and then finally you'll see a window like this. Fine. You'll see a window like this. You have to download the software Mega, called as Molecular Evolutionary Genetic Analysis. And whatever kind of laptop you're using, whatever the system is, it can be 64-bit, it can be 32-bit. So just select that particular thing and then finally go for download. Once you're finished downloading, we can proceed the rest. How we are going to use it for identifying a certain microbe. We are going to identify a bacteria today. We are going to use a reference data set for a bacteria today. Everybody who's doing this software update, you can just use the reactions available in this Zoom, and you just indicate that you are doing this right now by raising your hand or making any reactions on your name, so that I can get to know that these are the people who are participating. And once you have started downloading, please just raise a reaction. You can just also go off mute and let me know that you're doing this. Everyone, quickly. जो कर रहा है, please let me know. Just go off mute. I'm not able to actually see all of you at the very first go. So yeah, anyone who's doing this, just go off mute and let me know that you're downloading the software.
Dr. Ju shows that some students start downloading this, then after they will start doing it. So just wait for 5 to 6 minutes. Okay. We are sending the message in the chat box and ma'am, it shows downloading. So once it's downloaded, then we will start.
Okay. So till the time that everybody is downloading, we can use a time killer, and it's a little interesting. So we're going to identify certain eminent personalities right now. And if you're not available on audio, you can just directly enter in the chat box that you're going to identify certain people right now. So start with the first one. Okay. Anyone? Just start typing in your chat box. Who is this person? A little about him is mentioned on the left, so you can just mention the name of this person if you are aware. So you can just start typing in the chat box quickly. You can just start typing in the chat box that who is this person if you are aware, or else I'll be.
Dear participants, if you have any query, please send your message in the chat box. Accordingly, we will send the response.
Correct.
Downloading. Nice. Dr. Juish, every participant send this mail, ma'am, it's downloading.
Fine, which is why we are playing the time kill. Na? So yeah, this is Srinivasan Ramanujan. He's the famous mathematician. Okay, next, this one. Who is this? He gave the theory of relativity and quantum mechanics. Till the time your software is downloading, you can play this. Who is this person? Anyone? Chat box, keep handy. Correct, Albert Einstein. This one, he actually worked in the field of light scattering. Who is he? C.V. Raman. Great Pallavi, great Amrina ma'am.
Dr. G, this time faculty send the message.
Yeah, they're actually interesting game start to another. Obviously, everybody's participating now. So yeah, this person worked in mass communication, sound recording, and motion pictures at the same time, electric power generation. His main contribution was electric power generation. Who's he? Anyone? Correct. Thomas Edison. Great. This person is a physicist, is an astronomer, is an English mathematician. This particular picture is very famous, so I think people can get this, that who is he? Correct. This is Isaac Newton. Identify this person. Again, he's an English scientist. He discovered microorganisms in 1665 using his compound microscope that he built himself. So a little inclined towards biology this time. Who's he? Make guesses. You can give wrong answer, but at least good participation is healthy. So yeah, anyone? Make wrong guesses, that'd be good as well. By the time we are going to finish this game, we'll be finishing the download as well. So hopefully. Okay, there are a few guesses. Robert Hooke, Alexander Fleming. This is Robert Hooke. Great. Okay, he is the founding director and professor of physics at the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. And he is obviously Indian nuclear physicist. Anyone? Who is he? Guesses, wrong guess, right guess, everything is appreciated. Correct. Homi S. Bhabha. Correct. Okay. This person was involved in electromagnetic induction, diamagnetism, and electrolysis. However, the main work was electromagnetic induction. Who is he? Must have heard about him in physics, definitely. Again, wrong guesses, right guesses, everything is appreciated. I think we're already approaching the last Michael Faraday. Correct, Michael Faraday. That's it. That's the last question. This person won a Nobel Prize for Physiology or Medicine with Marshall Nirenberg and Robert Hawley for research that showed the order of nucleotides in nucleic acid, which carry the genetic code of cell. Okay, great. Shivangani already guessed it. It's Eji Khurana. Fine. I think this is our last question. And yes, we are going to start the procedure. again, I am just coordinating with your chat boxes. Whoever is, yeah, software downloaded, right? You just open the file now and start the installation. Whatsoever default is already selected, you can just say yes to everything, and then you will be having a download ready, and just open the software once. Once it opens up, I'll just go to back of my screen as well so that we can just coordinate together. Yeah, let's start with the procedure. So those of you who has already downloaded, you're going to start with the first step. That's fire up Mega 6. Obviously, you must have opened the software. Now you have to click the align button in the main taskbar. So there's a align button on the left. I think that's visible, or I think I'll just share my screen again. Share another screen. Great. So yeah, this is how your software looks like. So on the left, as the cursor says, on the left, align is the first thing that you're going to do. Edit or build alignment. That's the first one that you're going to select. Fine. Now you have to select an option that what are you going to align. You're going to create a new alignment, or you're going to work on an earlier saved session. Obviously, we are going to create a new alignment. So we're going to select that and then say, okay. So this will finally open another dialog box, which is going to ask you whether you're working on a DNA segment or you're working on a protein segment. So we are working on the DNA segment. The reference data that I am going to share with you is for DNA. So we're going to select DNA. Again, now you have to paste your sequence here. So the reference sequence that we are going to use, I'm going to paste it in the chat box. You are going to just directly copy paste it from the chat box in this dialog box. So that will work. Let me know once you have pasted, and we can just directly start further. So I'm pasting it in the chat box right now. Actually, it seems like it's a heavy data. I think I have to share the file itself. So yeah, I'll just share the file. So yeah, that's it. You have this document with you. It's a notepad text file. So you just open it and then Control A, select all the data that's present inside, and do not change any space bars, any distance between any nucleotides. So you don't change anything inside it. You just Control A, select everything inside it, and then paste it on here. As you can see on the screen, the extra dialog box that's opening up, you just paste it. You paste the entire sequence here. I am coordinating with your chat box. Is this done for everyone? Done. It's pasted, right? Great. So once the FASTA sequence is already pasted, so what's basically a FASTA sequence? The file that I've shared, it's a FASTA sequence. So it includes the detail about that particular nucleotide. Say we are trying to identify a particular bacteria. So uska particular nucleotide jo sequence hai. So there are 4 nucleotides, you must be aware of it: ATGC, adenine, thymine, guanine, and cytosine. So there is a continuous sequence and in multiple order. So there's a continuous sequence in multiple order for these nucleotides. For every particular strain, this particular sequence varies, which we are going to identify here and then align it with other reference microbes. So this particular FASTA sequence, a particular FASTA file is identified by a unique identifier. Initially, there's some data, there's some information about that microbe or that particular sequence, and then the sequence follows. Then there is a small gap, then there is information, then there is sequence, then there is a small gap. You can just open the file and see the same. So that particular file is known as a FASTA file. Once you have pasted everything in your Alignment Explorer window, you are done for this part. We are just 5 minutes away for developing a tree. So yes, there is an upper dialog window you can see on the software that says Clustal W. So you have to choose Align from that once this is done. So there is Align by Clustal W. And then you just say OK to everything, just because we are working with the default settings only. And then the alignment starts. It'll just take 10, 30 seconds maybe. So once the alignment is done, we're going to proceed with the next step. Mine is taken few more seconds, I think. I think the same applies to everyone.
हाँ जी बोलो. Okay, my Clustal W alignment is already done. So now we go back to the main window. This was the dialog box that opened up later, right? So we just go back to the main Mega software window. And now what you actually do, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, 6th. Yeah, there's a 6th circle which says phylogeny. You just click it and then you select the first option, construct or test maximum likelihood tree. You select it, then it is going to use the same Mega file that you generated just now. You open it and you just select nothing much.
Just stay with the default setting, say okay to everything, and then this is going to generate the tree for you. It'll just take a minute or so. Your tree would be ready soon. That's it. I think my tree is ready. Yes. I'm sharing the window again. So yes, this is how a tree would look like. The file that I shared with you, the data file that we used, the sequence that I wanted to align with the reference sequences, I used the word query in front of it just to identify it from the rest. So you can see on the screen that 1, 2, 3, 4th. The 4th one is the sequence that I wanted to identify or align with the reference sequences. This is how a phylogenetic tree is constructed. Once you have the FASTA file, it'll just take 10 minutes or so for the entire process. And you can see that your particular sequence is closest to what particular other sequence. So for on our case, this is Pseudomonas species ISTPL3. That was our query sequence. And this is most closest to Pseudomonas Stubbseri strain DEH130. So similarly, once if we are asked that what is the next sequence it is more closest to, you can just trace back the entire tree system, and the next one would be the uncultured bacterial clone A185. So this is how the entire phylogenetic tree is constructed, and then how this particular information is used later. This query, this particular query organism is identified now and then has been referenced against the known different microbes. Those microbes which are already identified are already data-based, their inventories are already ready. You're already aware that what are the different sequences present in them and what are the different possible genes which are useful for us are present in them. This is how you're going to relate the same information for your particular strain, as this is closest to say Pseudomonas species IS Stubbseri strain. So you're going to analyze the Stubbseri strain information available public online. You're going to use the same information for your reference microbe. And yeah, this is how you're going to use it for your potential activities, which can be n number, that can be bioremediation, that can be valuable production of different products, including EPS, PHA. These are used in multiple processes again, wastewater remediation, cosmetics, dental fillings. So this is how the microbial wealth is utilized in multiple aspects. This is it. I'm done. I'll be really happy to answer any queries. And if you were not able to trace down the software somewhere, we can just take it up again. So yeah, we're done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your knowledge on phylogeny. And there are some few questions about the phylogeny, which participants are asking. One is asking that how is DNA used in phylogeny?
Definitely. So specifically, your DNA is the genetic code, is specifically carrying the genetic information that what particular organism belongs to what particular taxon, right? So DNA comprises of different nucleotides, as I said, mainly the four nucleotide, ATGC, adenine, thymine, guanine, and cytosine, right? These particular nucleotides are arranged in multiple orders, and they have a certain set of sequence which are specific to everyone. Like my DNA would be different from the other person's DNA in a particular sequence, and that particular sequence is traced down with such method. This is one of them. Otherwise, the first information is defined by 16S sequencing. So that sequencing is going to give you the entire nucleotide setup, and that nucleotide setup is going to trace down that this is what particular organism, and obviously this will help in identification.
Thank you, ma'am, for answering this question. And ma'am, there are some few questions also which are not related to this phylogeny, but what across can businesses and industry take to reduce air pollution?
What I like, the second word was what?
Businesses and stakeholders of industrial stakeholders.
Industrial stakeholders, I actually didn't get the question. You have to repeat it for me.
Okay, What actions can businesses and industrial stakeholders take to reduce air pollution?
There can be multiple, obviously. Say there are industrial processes, right? For industry, there are wastewater remediation industries as well. So what they can use to reduce air pollution, obviously treating their waste priorly before releasing it in the environment. So generally most of the industries which are out there, they're treating their waste only up to the primary level. They're settling down the debris, they're removing obviously the major particles out of it, the major plastic or the major glass, the major debris out of it, but they're not going towards the secondary step. Generally, the secondary step includes the microbial remediation, which is obviously costly, and sometimes it takes tedious efforts. So yeah, first and the foremost method to reduce air pollution or any kind of pollution in industrial process is causing, it has to be in a sequential manner that you have to deal with the waste priorly before releasing it in the environment. That could be one. Similarly, nowadays, EIA, environmental impact assessment for a particular industry, is very compulsory. But obviously, there are multiple parameters which are limiting the entire process, obviously, which includes corruption. But we are going to focus on something that we can deal with right now. So leaving corruption apart, EIA can be enforced in a very strict manner, and the guidelines should be really helping to reduce the overall pollution level. Rather than just completing the process and completing the file process, we can just work on the practical application part. So yeah.
Thanks for answering question, ma'am. Another question, is there any limitation of phylogenetic trees?
No, not really. This is just a process to identify something that a organism belongs to. Say I belong to my mother, and then finally my mother belongs to her mother. So we are just tracing the entire phylogeny. The limitation sometimes that can be, there are certain times mutations in the sequence. The sequencing studies are not done properly, which is why we miss the sequence in the entire chain. Sometimes because of which we are not able to identify the organism properly. So yeah, that can be something, but this particular software has not much any limitation. This process has not much any limitation.
Thanks for answering this question, ma'am. Last question is that apart from this software, is there any other tool for phylogenetic analysis?
Yes, there are many. This is very common. This is actually fairly easy to operate, and we are doing in hands-on training on an online platform, which is why I selected something that's easy. Otherwise, this used Clustal W. That's again a separate software which can be used. So that is another one. Then there is GTO tree. That's another software for the same process. So there are multiple. This one is fairly easy, which is why I tried it for an online platform.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. And I hope so all the participant has been benefit from this hands-on training, and especially how you motivate us to know more about the software learning, because it is a need of our hour and very important for us to manage the environment. It is very necessary to know all the knowledge of the available software, which we can harness to manage our environment in future also. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thanks for coming on Amity platform. And we also hope you to see on offline mode somehow, so that our student may be more benefited while learning offline.
Sorry to interrupt to Mama. She's a faculty here. She has recently joined.
Thank you.
I'm already available offline right now.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. I'll also learn about the phylogeny. It's very interesting topic.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. And now moving ahead, the link is also pasted in the chat box, which is open for next 30 minutes for online assessment for this plenary session 1. And now the time.
Mama, before you move ahead, there is this announcement that the assessment link has been pasted. She has posted the assessment link, and your e-certificates will be generated only after we receive your assessments and with 100% attendance. So please make sure that you are present for each and every session and you appear for the assessment every time. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mama.
Thank you, ma'am. Now the time has come for the vote of thanks. A very good afternoon again for all the respected dignitaries, distinguished participants, and my dear colleagues. Thanks for being with us for the 5 days training program on management strategies for environmental health and safety, a step towards achieving sustainable development goals from 16th of January to 20th of January 2023 in association with the Indian Institute of Toxicology Research, CSIR. It's a privilege and a great honor for me to extend a formal vote of thanks to all our present behalf on Amity Institute of Environmental Science of Uttar Pradesh. At the outset, I, Umama Mufti, on behalf of entire organizing team with a deep regard, thanks to our President, Sir, Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhan, on his continuous guidance and encouragement. We are very grateful to our President, Chancellor, Sir, Dr. Atul Chauhan, Sir, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam Professor Barvinder Shukla. We are highly obliged to our Professor Dr. D.K. Bandyopadhyay, Sir, Chief Advisor, FPO, Mentor AIES, for his guidance to execute the program, encouragement by Dr. Tanu Jindal, Madam, Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Research and Development. Continuous support has been given by her, and the continuous support has been given by Professor S.P. Singh, Sir, also, who's a director in NSET. We begin with our 5 days journey for knowledge and sharing, and the first day has been completed. Now we extend a warm thanks to our Dr. Debashish Chakrabarty, Sir, who is a Senior Principal Scientist, Genetics and Molecular Biology Division, CSIR, National Botanical Research Institute, Lucknow. We are also thankful to Dr. Vikas Srivastav, Sir, who is a scientist in CSIR, Indian Institute of Toxicology Research, Lucknow. We thank him for sharing his vast knowledge. We also thank to Madam Juhi Gupta, who is a passionate environmentalist, and we are gonna to learn some skills by her on offline mode, and this is our privilege. So thanks a lot, and thanks for sharing. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you for conducting this entire session. So the assessment link will be open till 4:30. And from our side, we will meet tomorrow sharp at 10:30 with the second plenary session. We are looking forward to your participation. Thank you so much, everyone.
And it's really, I would also express my thanks and best wishes to the organizing team, convener of the training program, Dr. Renu Drupar, Dr. Anamika Madam, Dr. Amrina Sardar Khan of AIES and IITR. I humbly thank all the participants who are attending continuously this training program. Your interest and active participation and encouragement is very, very good for your research perspective, also, or encouraging us also to conduct more sessions like this in future. I would also not failing my duty if I do not convey my gratitude to the administrator of the Amity University for the efforts they have made for the efficient conduction of this event. We would like to thanks to the esteemed delegates, the scientific communities, colleagues, research scholars for being an integral part of this event. Finally, I would like to take the opportunity to place on record our heart thanks to admin IT team for the perfect support which they have given always. In the end, I once again thanks to the distinguished assemblage in the training program. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mama, for conducting this first session of our training program in very well coordinated manner. You will conduct this session and also address the questions of our participants. So thank you, Mama. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
I request all the participants, please fill your online assessment form, because for the generation of the certificate, we need two things. First is the 100% attendance, and second is the online assessment. So we will hear up to 4:20. At 4:20, the session will be closed. And on tomorrow, the second session will be started 10:30, along with the very relevant and knowledgeable sessions, along with the hands-on training program. So thank you, Dr. Amrina. Thank you, Dr. Anamika, and special thanks to Toxicology Department from Lucknow, Sharma sir and its team, the excellent speakers. Today we are able to hear lectures full of the knowledge and very relevant to the fields of our research scholars. So from my end, thanks to all the participants and the team members. We will stay here up to 4:20. At 4:20, we will close the session.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.